match this is turning out to be. 2 seconds to go. It's 9 apiece. What a bout this is, and we're going to go into a golden point. Well, if the rest of the tournament is anything like this first bout, we're going to be in for an absolute cracker of an event. Hedlund of Sweden. There's the American's chair. Here's Hedlund. They're all getting ready to go out. Here we go. Golden point. First man to score will win. Oh! And it's a win for Sweden. The Swedish crowd, the American's thrown his helmet to the floor. He can't believe. What a great bout, really, what a tremendous contest. And it's a tough old world in Taekwondo, not just in terms of the competition, but it's straight knockout. There's no group stages. It's just straight knockout competition, and Hedlund walks away victor by 1-0 after a 9-all contest. So, as some people tend to say, that it was a 10-9 win for Hedlund with the golden point. Great win for Sweden. What a start. So here we go with the next bout up. This is the 33 to 45-year-old age group in the men's heavies. Philip Khalil of the United States and Caleb Caldwell. So it's an all-US affair here. What a great start that was. Really looking forward to covering, of course, been covering a lot of the Grand Prix finals on the circuit last year, but this is really good. And of course we are going to see Olympians over the next 2 days as well, but this is the next level down. We've got some great junior action coming also, and we will dip between courts 1 and 2 whenever possible. So there is a bout about to take place on court 1. In fact, we will. I'm going to try and go to that right now. So give me a couple of seconds. Right, they're taking their time over on court 12, so we're going to dip up to court 1, and it's Carl Rosario against Adib Shahai. This is, as I said, this is a court 1 action where we seem to be got a lot of the Masters, the Ultras taking place over on the other court. Black Belt Academy. Carl Rosario is from the Black Belt Academy, and Adib Shahai is from the Power Kicks Martial Arts, both based out of the United States. So we've just got a slight issue here, just waiting, but this is how we're going to work today. We're going to try and dip between different bouts, and we've got a delay on 12. In fact, there looks like to be a serious delay. So what we'll do is we're going to, as I said earlier, we are going to just keep switching left to right, because over on our other court, they look as if they're getting ready, and we can just quickly, we can flick our scoreboard very quickly, as you can see up there, so it's very easy to do. So and what we'll do is during breaks we might even flick backwards and forwards as well. We're trying to cover as much of the action as we can. I think there's a slight technical issue on one right now, so that's why the guys there look as if they're not 100% ready. There's a man in who looks quite a technical person, just playing around with a laptop down there. But here we go. We're going to carry on with court 12 for now. Right, so while they take a break over on court 12, we're going to pop over to court 1 here and see how things are getting on there. It's currently 3-0 to Shah, although the scoring system here is still showing 0-0. Hopefully it will catch up in a second. Oh, there we go. Just have to wait for the clock. Yeah, I think it was because it was an end of period, and they're just amending the clock to a few seconds to go. Not sure what's going on here. A bit of confusion reigns. While that happens, we're going to just flick back to court 12. Seems to be quite a bit of confusion over on court 1 at the moment right now, and we're here to cover fighting. So when they're not fighting, we'll try and leave them alone, and we'll come back to them in a second. Sorry for the kids. You might be watching this online, hoping to see a little bit of yourselves. And, I haven't got anything against you, honestly, guys. I don't know who you are. Just I'll try and be fair and go to as much action as possible. This is good action here over on court 12. Coldwell 8-6 up at the moment, with just a few seconds left. We're going to go back to court 1 straight after this. Really good bout over on court 1. So Reddy's 4-0 ahead, and they're just having a break now, so we're not missing any action over on court 1. Coldwell still 8-6. Kyung-go there for Khalil. And that's time up. So 9-6. That one is over, and meanwhile now we're going to flick back to court 1. I do like this, being able to cover 2 courts, I must admit. Here we go. So now we get to see some of the kids here. This is the cadets male, minus 41 kilograms. And Carl Rosario from a Black Belt Academy, USA, against Adib Shahait, or Shahait, I do apologise, guys, if I get your names wrong, from Power Kicks Martial Arts. And this is turning into a tasty one here. 5-4 to Shahait, who was 4-0 up earlier, but he's got a head kick, and the referee is a little bit slow on that one. And in fact, we're gonna take that point off to start with, but also okay. No, just waiting. Yeah, the referee's taking the point off, but I think the official on the left actually wants to talk about something else that happened much earlier. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this. It looks as if he's adding a point on, so Shahait gets another point for 10-4. The coaches seem to be happy with this, so there's a little bit of a debate going on now. So no action on court 12. I think the debate, I'm just doing a little bit of reading of the hand signals here. If we just move our camera slightly to the right, you can just see the official. I think what it was is the head kick that Shahait got was 3 points. It was a spinning head kick, so basically that made it a 4-point kick, and that's why he got added on. And in the meantime, while the officials were trying to stop, Shahait went and scored another point as well with a kick to the body. So, well, all happening in this particular bout, from 4-0 to 5-4 and suddenly 10-4. Shahait really has stepped ahead. And Red really asserting himself in this contest now. Really high intensity contest here over on court 1.
him out, press him out. Press, what we're talking about, press. Press, he's on the edge. Under, hard, turn the hip. Snap it. Knee, pop it. Watch the head.
Well, apologies for having the music on a little bit. Didn't realise that it was still playing in the background, but we've taken it off. That match is now complete. Carlos Avia going out to Adib Shahid by 13-5. We're going to go straight over to court 12, where action has just started. Protect the face. Stop. Keep him out. Remember I told you about that? Keep him out. Get off the edge. Turn. Under, relax. Go, under. Relax. Keep him out. Stay long. Hand up. Keep hand up. Protect it. Middle.
Darkfish to ring 10, please. Darkfish to ring 10.
Low. Middle. Under. Hand up. Move. Hand up.
So in the blue, it's Gregory Smaviglio, who is from Pennsylvania, not affiliated to any club. And in the red, Stephen Quillian from Mr. White's Taekwondo, both from the United States. So a 9-1 win for Quillian over on court 12. Back over to court 1. And a tight contest here. This is just the second bout on this court, number 102. So here's a nice word for the pre-9 o'clock watershed while I'm still a bit sleepy. Dinesh Balasubramanian. I'll try that again. Dinesh Balasubramanian. Hope I was close, Dinesh. Balasubramanian. He's from Gibbons Taekwondo Academy, and Hayate Suzuki from Japan in the red. So a USA-Japan affair over on court 1. They're just 4-1 so far to the American. Okay, thank you for posting questions on the chat. I will try and keep an eye on the chat, and I see that, and again, apologies for leaving the music on a little bit. It was very early in the morning. Just turned 9 o'clock here in Orlando, Florida, and they are currently working on a live scores link. So just bear with us. It is something the guys from MMA Reg are here, who are very good guys. They know what they're doing, and I think they're just doing putting a few fires out in a couple of places at the moment. But as soon as they've done that, I believe that they are aware that there needs to be a live link. And when I asked them the question directly, they said not yet. So pretty sure that means that there is something on its way. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here. We're live, and we're live for the next 4 days. And this is cracking competition going on here. It's the cadets male minus 57 kilogram category on the right hand side. Cardona of the United States, and in fact we've just got a card coming out here. Carter Cardona of the United States 4-1 up against Michael Sicharan. And I will try and monitor, this is a famous last words to me, I will try and monitor comments. I am keeping an eye on things, and first of all, we can't cover specific courts. We are set up only to cover 1 and 12, which is a first for the US Open, and to be honest, of course, it's usually under the Grand Prix and a few other ad hoc events that have done webcasting at all. So I do apologise if you have got action on other courts that you would want to watch. It is something that we're discussing for the future, that we will cover all courts, and you'll be able to flick between any one at your own will, linked in with the live scoring. Sorry, Rick. GB 304. Yeah, we are going to miss that. I am afraid. We are only able to cover 1 out of 6, so you know we're covering, what is it, 15% of the matches taking place, and then even then we're only able to show 1 at a time. So there is action going on at court 1 right now, which we're not able to show because we're just involved in this one. But we will flick between. There will be fighting constantly on this stream between courts 1 and 12. And of course, we will be covering quite a lot of semis and finals. We're going to try and get as many finals on these courts as possible. Live results are coming on the MA Reg website. They are very, very aware that they do need to do that. Right, so they're just having a quick break on court 12. We are transmitting this in HD on 720, so I would suggest you blow the screen up full screen. We don't actually currently have volunteers who are manning cameras, so we're just using locked off full screen, as you've probably seen, which gives you certainly a good view of what's going on. You told. Okay, just to let you know that the schedules are available on ma-regonline.com, and the US Open is at the very top, and the link is there directly. So I'm going to post this onto the YouTube chat right now, so you can get the schedules, and they are working currently on the live scores. And apparently YouTube is stopping me from putting a link into the chat. So if you just go to, just to say this, ma-regonline.com, and that will work. Right, we've got a result here. Cardona of the United States has won 6-4 over his Canadian opponent, and he'll progress into the second round. There's no action currently taking place on court 1. There's a youngsters match as bout has just finished. So I know it's disappointing if you've come on here to watch somebody in particular that you want to follow, but with 12 courts, we've just been brought in to cover the 1 or 2, and I think it's something for the future that will happen, that we'll be covering many more, but for now, yes, ma-regonline.com, Rick, you've got it there, and click on US Open at the top, and there's a PDF sheet which lists all the bouts taking place, and they are currently working on getting the live scores up and running. As I said earlier, they're just doing a little bit of firefighting right now. Now, court 12 suddenly gone a little bit quiet. There's Brian Lee and Ethan Robinson due up next on that particular court, but what we are going to do is we're going to go to court number 1. And that was the last bout we saw there, but there is one more due to come up any second. I think we just have to wait for the details to be brought up on screen. Okay, our live scoring at the moment just seems to be currently offline. So what we're doing is in the top right-hand corner, we're just putting a picture of the scoreboard until we get this resolved. This is Novak Jovic of the Serbian national team up against Cadet of US Tigers Taekwondo, who's in red. So here we are with a bit of court one action. We're hopefully just getting on top of a slight technical hitch, but I'm sure it'll be up. There's apparently a network switch isn't connected properly. I've just noted a few comments about it's looking a little bit dark out there. It is actually dark out here. We don't have lots of lights shining. I don't know, while these guys come out, I can probably even just show you if I operate this camera. You can see that oh, actually they're starting to fight again, so we'll just concentrate on that. But yeah, it's we're not in the brightest of halls, and we've already upped the brightness a fair little bit on our webcast so that it looks a little bit brighter to you guys out there. We can do a little bit more, but we can't go over the top or we start making it look a little bit crazy. But it is actually a lot brighter on the screen that you're seeing than it is in real life. We have made some fairly big tweaks. No action on court 12 right now, so this is court 1. Go to MA Reg online if you want to see the draw sheets, and they are working on live scores as we speak. Well, a cracking bout there, and a big win for the United States, with United States beating Serbia, Bat beating Jovic by 9-4. We're just having a slight technical issue getting the live scores from that court right now, so that's why we go to our little backup picture-in-picture, which is, I don't know, I feel a little bit emotional about using that, because that's the way it used to be in the old days, in the early noughties, that we never had all these clever IT systems. We just pointed the camera at the plasma screen and did a picture-in-picture. But I've currently got 3 IT people looking at this system. Something's gone a little bit wrong with court 1.
Close attention to the bracket sheets. If your match number is 5-1-3, you will receive 13 in ring number 5.
Meanwhile, court 12 is up and running, and these guys look as if they're ready to go. So I think we're going to bring in court 12 any second. This is in red, it's Ethan Robinson. This is match 12:05, and Brian Lee, also from the United States. Brian Lee from Spartak Taekwondo LLC, and Ethan Robinson from World Taekwondo Academy Inc. In fact, we're going to go to court 1 for a second, because they've actually started on there already. Juniors versus Redestus. So in blue, it's Arya Rezadust of USA Peak Performance VA, and in red, Jalen Junius of Stars United Transformative. Some great names. So currently Rezadust 2-0 ahead. We still haven't had any action start on court 12 yet, so we're going to stay with this until the end. So no action currently taking place on court 12. So just to repeat, I know you're probably sick of me saying this, but we are just covering courts 1 and 12. We don't have the facility for covering any other courts at all. And apologise, it could be frustrating for you. You got people on other courts. But, this is just a first toes in the water, I think, for USA Taekwondo to start covering action from here, and I'm sure that notes will be taken. But maybe next time we will cover a little bit more. So I do feel for you if you're watching online. We've committed to covering 1 and 12, and one looks to the referees are just having a little chit chat now. But yeah, we just simply can't be zooming around, moving around the place. And then of course we'll move away from court 1, and there'll be a lot of people who want to be watching court 1, so you just can't win. So here we go, 23 seconds left. And this, oh, lovely score at the end, and it's a big win there for Junius. He wins and goes through 11-2. Really good series of scoring right at the end. Great Taekwondo. Disappointment for Rezadust, who was 2-0 up early on. And he'll go away to Betbury's coach. I'm sure he'll be watching this on the video. We'll certainly see a lot more of these kids in future years. It's very early stages yet. Right, here we go. We've got action now on over on court 12. Nearly forgot what court it was then. Brian Lee and Ethan Robinson. So far, very tight affair. Just 1-0 to Robinson. Okay, so action on court 11 and 12 is completed. We're trying to help you as much as possible, but obviously we have committed to covering court 12, so that was the closest we could ever get. But there is no action on here now, so there's no action on anything. So we can, we do, as you see, we do have like a motorised camera, so we can get some close-ups. So that is court 11 right now. And not sure which kids you're interested in, whether it's red or blue, but they're all pretty much there. Right, we're back to court 1 now. See, we are good guys, we do try and help you, but you understand that we have our commitments to make. And now this is back to court 1. We're still having a little technical issue collecting live scores from there. But in fact, I believe we may be... No, we still don't have it, so we'll stay with a backup for now. But I hope you enjoyed the action. We're live here from Orlando, Florida. It's 9:30 in the morning, and they're well and truly underway now across all the categories. I was told earlier there was about 2,300 entries, which to me sounds a lot. 12 courts, all fighting away. Quite phenomenal to see. So just to summarise, over on court 1 at the moment, Noah Banman from Canada in blue, Christopher Yong or Jeong, not sure how you pronounce that surname, whether the J is silent or not, who's from Georgia, not affiliated to a particular club, but obviously a very good fighter. Currently Banman is 4-0 up. Okay, so the action completed over on 12 with a 9-2 win for Bartlett. Meanwhile, over on 1, Sigalov 3-0 up. On Jackson Sigalov from excellent Taekwondo Centre, up against Francis Turkson IV, who's from the Florida area but not affiliated to any club. He's in blue, Sigalov in red, and Sigalov currently 3-0 ahead. Still not getting the data from that particular court, but I think in terms of the food chain we're probably quite low down, because there are a few issues, I think, which involves the fights not being able to take place, which have to be solved first, and then we're on the nice to have list. So hence it's good that we have a little backup scoreboard to go on. Hope you enjoyed the action here. Please feel free to donate. There is a link on there, and who knows, next year we might be able to webcast all 12 rings. That would be absolutely wonderful if that was possible. But we are live here in Florida. It's 9:50 in the morning, 9:47 to be precise. And my name's Adrian Battersby. We are bringing you action from courts 1 and 12 here of the US Open Taekwondo. This is the Youth, Cadet and Ultra. Youth and Cadet being the youngsters and Ultra being the oldies. 33 plus, in fact in some cases 46 plus. So we're seeing typically Ultras are taking place. I love the name Ultras, they're much better than Masters. They're taking place over on court 12 right now, and it's the youngsters who are over on court 1 that we're just watching right now. It's a little bit faster action with the youngsters. Energy to burn these kids have got. No action on court 12 right now, but as soon as this one completes, which looks like it's going to be very soon, we'll flick straight over to court 12. Right, it's interesting to see lots of lovely chats on the YouTube channel, but I'm also seeing quite a few on the hashtag US Open TKD, and that's going to be a method that you guys can come and fire questions at us. The trouble with the YouTube chat is that the comments go off the end of the page, as we see an 8-2 win for Bell over Aluri over on court 12, and it's a good comprehensive victory for the much taller Bell. And meanwhile, let's get back to the action here. This is over on court 1, Zuniga against Thompson. This is in the female cadets, under 51 kilograms. Juliana Zuniga from USA Champion Taekwondo USA Inc. Looks like there's an Argentina flag on there, by the looks of it, but I think they've just got the code of the country wrong, so ignore that on the screen. And then on the right-hand side, actually, I think this is, give me a second, I think this could be, I'm looking at the wrong information. Right, excuse me, I do apologise. There are two Zunigas here, and that is Nicaragua flag. Carlos Zuniga from Nicaragua, up against Logan Thompson in blue, who's from the Florida area, not affiliated to a club, so apologies there. Carlos Zuniga in red from Nicaragua.
Put you up as a guard?
So just to let you know, use the hashtag USA TKD. Sorry, US Open. I'll get this. It helps if I get it correct, doesn't it? US Open TKD is the hashtag to use. I have had a quick look at it, and I already see that a lot of people are already using it. And interesting to watch some tweets here. Aaron Cook is in the building, and a couple of people. Kickstar Dragon TKD using the hashtag, but I really want to get a lot more people watching it, so that's the hashtag for you guys to comment to us, where it's going to be guaranteed that we will see it. With me later on today, I've got Stephen Lambden, who's a legend of Taekwondo from the United States. I've commented on some of his matches in the Grand Prix finals, Grand Prix series, and also Patrick Wentland, who's the high performance director here in US Taekwondo. He's going to be coming in. I will be taking any questions you've got to offer for those two guys, and myself as well, if you want to know. I don't know so much about Taekwondo, but very happy to answer any questions you've got. Just use the hashtag US Open TKD. have a short break for a while, 10 o'clock. Looks like we're having a change of officials over on court 1 at the moment, and there's nothing taking place on court 12. We'll just see how vast this whole arena is. So there's courts 1 to 6 on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side we've got courts 7 to 11. No action taking place at all on 1 and 12, but there is something on court 11, and as we discovered earlier, we are able to have a little peep in there. So while there is no action on here, let's see if we can get some decent action over on court 11 right now. I know I'm going outside my remit here. I'll probably get into trouble for doing this, but here we go. So court 11, and we're going to look. Our scoreboard will be working on here. We are live here on the web with the USA Open Taekwondo Championships 2015. Looks like we don't have live scoring from court 11, I'm afraid. We're having an issue with court 1 as well, and court 11 looks to be one that's also struggling. So we're going to go without a scoreboard on this, so apologies for that. But well, if you're following this and you know your kids on there and you recognise them, well, I hope you enjoy this little bit of bonus action. Okay, we've got more action coming up here on court 12, so back to our guaranteed courts of 1 and 12. We're going to do as much coverage as possible here, and it's great to see a lot of demand for action from other courts. But here's from Germany, Marcus Kohl-Olfel and Gomes Cordero from the United States in red. Truly international field here in Orlando, Florida. It's a fantastic, enormous venue. It's quite incredible to see the size of this thing. And I promised later on to try and limit the number of Disney puns. No talk of Mickey Mouse refereeing, or any other comments that we can get. My mind is striking through many as we speak. But let's get back with the action. Just a reminder, we've got a couple of big guests coming in later on today. Stephen Lambden, an absolute legend of US Taekwondo, still very active on the world scene, will be coming in with me a little bit later on. And Patrick Wentland, the high performance director for US Taekwondo, will be coming in also. So please fire any questions you've got, assuming you've all got Twitter accounts out there now. Who hasn't? And fire them over using the hashtag that you see in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, US Open TKD. We'll get those questions through to me. we're just going away from court 12 there, where that bout has finished, and we're back over to court 1 here. We've got a fairly I'm very pleased to say that our link to the IT system's back up and running. Hope you're enjoying this. So it's good to see a fair few hundred of you in there already. Jaden Baxter from the United States against Luis Guzman Gimenez of Puerto Rico, and Gimenez currently leading 7-4 over on court number 1. So courts 1 and 12 we're covering all day. Remember that hashtag in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. I'm keeping an eye on that all the time, and that's the way to keep in touch with us. And I'll read a few of these here. All right, well, thank you, Johnny. A player on screen is actually from Sweden, not Germany. I will double check that. We are taking them from the live scoreboard that is on that court. So if there is an error in the name, I'm pretty sure that last match was correct. That but I can do a little bit of checking on that last match. Meanwhile, court 1 is ready, so we're going to get back to the action here, and I'll go and check on that last match and see if somebody just put up the wrong player for some reason. But thanks for pointing that out. Talking to me on Twitter is the better way to communicate, rather than discussion on the YouTube comments page, because of course those pages just keep going up all the time, and Twitter I can keep an eye on. So US Open TKD is the place to be. Well, thanks, Johnny, on Twitter. The officials here have gone away scratching their head, but I've actually had a look, and yeah, it was definitely a case that the guy in blue was from Sweden. The coach was wearing a Swedish national top. So we'll have a look at that. Currently it's Donati Coimbra of Brazil in blue, and in red, Jovic Hernandez Ateo from the National Academy for Taekwondo, USA. Currently 9-1 to Brazil, a great start for Coimbra, and only halfway through this bout. This could be one that may well stop a little bit earlier. This is the 33 to 45-year-old age category in the minus 80 kilogram. Just getting ready over on court 1 now. It's all pretty fast moving here. Youth male minus 40 kilogram about to take place over on court 1. In fact, that looks like it's the scoreboard. I do apologise. That's the scoreboard from the previous bout that was on there, which was a golden death point for Gimenez, Guzman Gimenez over Jaden Baxter of the United States. So just waiting for the next bout to come on. They're also coming out on court 12 at the moment as well. Pretty hectic action now. You really feel that there's a buzz about this place. I'm just looking along all the different rinks, and as you can see on the screen, there's fighting taking place. That's courts 1 to 7. Then we have a big central column, and there's courts 1 to 6 on the left, and it's 7 to 12 on the right hand side. And yeah, it's pretty hectic out there. As you can see, there's just a bit of action getting ready on courts 1 and 12, so we'll go to whoever starts first. Remember, tweeters, US Open TKD. Got any questions for Stephen Lambden? Or Patrick Wentland? And yeah, we try not to show an empty court, to be honest. But if there is nothing going on 107, and here we go. This is court 1. It looks like our little connection has died again to that. So we'll go to the backup. action finished on court 1. A 13-7 win for Red over Shah, who we saw a little bit earlier on. Of course, this is the way Taekwondo tends to do these sort of things, that the same competitions are taking place on the same match, so we're going to see a lot of the same kids. And I know there's a few of you frustrated out there that you're not going to see your kids competing. Obviously, the later stages, we'll be getting finals on rings 1 and 12 later on in the day, so if they do get through to the final, we're certainly going to try and cover as much as we can. Currently there's just no action taking place on any ring right now. Well, certainly any of the rings that we're able to follow. You can see ring 2 seems to have got something taking place there. They're just taking off the guards. Bit of action here on ring 11. And ring 12 looks as if they're just about to come out for their next bout. So we're live here. This is come to us on Twitter. US Open TKD is the place to be, and great to see quite a lot of you watching this from around the world. And obviously we've got some great action with the G2, with the seniors coming up. So we've got Olympians, world champions all fighting on Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday we have some of the youth events taking place, which will be great to see. Do please support us also. You come to this link via the US Taekwondo page. There is a donate now button on that link, and basically any funds recovered will be put in towards streaming more courts in future years, and hopefully the promised land of covering all 12 courts would be absolutely fantastic. I don't know if I could commentate on 12 courts. I have enough trouble with 2, but I was certainly having coverage of 12 so you could watch anything you needed to will be good. Okay, over on court 1, it looks like we're getting ready for a second round of the male up to 41 kilogram category. In red, we've got Garrett Batt from the US Tigers Taekwondo. And it's Diego Lopez from the United States who will be in blue. Lopez beat Joseph Anzani earlier on. He was the third match on court 1. I'm not sure if we saw that on the stream. We definitely saw Garrett Batt beat Novak Jovic of Serbia. And I think that was a very good victory for Batt. I think it's fair to assume that if you come over from Serbia you're going to be a pretty top athlete. So a victory like that over one of the foreign competitors is a real feather in his cap. So here we go. This is round 2 of the male minus 41 kilogram category. A good win there for Bat over on that court. We're moving to the court 12 now very quickly. This is Louis against Barclay. Louis is 3-0 ahead. This is the female, over 46 years old, and it's the heavyweight category. Wendy Louis of the United States in blue, 3-0 ahead over Barclay. Currently 9-4 to Louis on the screen, but the officials have just got their head together and decided that there's another 4-pointer, and that pretty much seals this match, and that's it. It's all over. A win by 13-4. As we go on to one of our other courts very quickly, court 1. Juniors, who we saw a little bit earlier on in blue, from Styles United, transformative Jalen Juniors, who's in blue, up against Stroffer Kerry from American Taekwondo. Apologies if I'm not correct in these pronunciation, guys. Trying my best. So 7-2 victory for Juniors. He moves into the next round. And without any ado, over to the ultras, the 46 years and above. This is the male heavyweight category. Mitchell Goldberg from the United States up against Rikard Weimon of Norway. This is actually a semi-final of this category. With the next bout on this court will be the other semi-final. Shane McCaney of Australia against Mario Glasnovic of Sweden. They seem to be taking quite a time. We don't seem to have a head referee here at the moment, so that makes that a little bit awkward. So in the meantime, I think we're gonna pop back to the other court. To be honest, there's no point hanging around. I've just seen that the head referee is way down the hall from court 12, so this it's not going to be starting very soon. And we're going to have a little look at court number 1, which we still have some technical issues with. So we're going with our backup system of scoring. Back to the old days. Sigalov versus Bandman. Bandman beat Christopher Young of the United States in round 1. Sigalov beat Francis Turkson the 4th, also from the United States. And a little delay on this one as well. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage here. Any questions, use the hashtag USOpenTKD. I'll be able to sort of respond to those online a little bit later on. Not really able to see the comments, although I do have a quick look at them every so often. Yes, we are just showing 1 on 12. The aim is that all the bigger matches we're going to try and get down to these courts. I am in the hands of the organisers and schedulers here, and we have been promised that they will certainly get all the finals on these courts. We'll cover as much as we can, but bear in mind we only have 1 stream going out, so I will fill it with as much Taekwondo as possible. And I will try my best. Well, now court 1 seems to be delayed a little bit. Not sure what we're waiting for here. Okay, well, court 1's taken a lot of time, so let's go to court 12. Semi-final of the Ultras, 46 years and above in the heavyweight category, the 80 plus. Well, I do hope you're enjoying the coverage. Welcome, my name's Adrian Battersby. You probably recognise my voice from covering a few of the World Taekwondo Grand Prix around the world. This is the US Open US Open Taekwondo Championships. I was just talking about the Nationals earlier to somebody a few minutes ago. This is certainly not Nationals. We have got a lot of top international athletes here today. It is absolutely buzzing out there. And we've just seen one semi-final with Wayman of Norway beating Goldberg of the United States by 10-1. And they shared a few nice words between them. And we're getting ready for the second semi-final here, which we will stay. So these are the, I love this term, these are the ultra guys. They've been there, they've done it, they've got the t-shirt and they're still competing. I don't have any biography information on these guys as to how old they actually are, but I certainly would want to check a few passports, because some of these guys look as fit as fiddles out there. Certainly don't look 46 plus in anybody's book. They've led a very healthy life, these guys, and here we are getting ready for the second semi-final. Really lovely to see a lot of great comments, and yes, we would love to cover all the courts. It is quite expensive, and we don't really want to go down the pay-per-view avenue where we restrict viewing. You know, we want the kids to watch Taekwondo and see what the sport's about, so we don't want to put in a credit card block in there for anybody. And this is the way to do it. We're covering the two courts. We've got a nice high-up position which gives us a view over courts 1 and 12, and we will flick between them as quickly as we can. Court 12 looks like going. There's nothing happening on court 1. You're not actually missing anything on court 1 right now. But having said that, I've just heard Chong Hong. So it looks like we might miss a little bit of kids action on court 1 that's going on. We'll be covering the seniors. We're going to have Olympians, world champions. We've got the top guys coming over the following 2 days, and then we finish off with some more youth events. So here we go. Glasnovic of Sweden in red, and McKeaney of Australia. True international affair this one is. There's some air miles being covered for these two guys to get here into Florida, but this is the esteem that this tournament is truly held in. Of course, the new rules, it's an automatic Kimgo if you go over. Certainly a little bit of a height difference here between taller Glasnovic and McKeaney. So far, just a Kimgo against McKeaney for going over. Just to finish my point a little bit earlier, there is a donate button on the US Taekwondo page. Please come in and donate towards the cause. There's certainly an aim to look at covering the US Nationals in July and the US Open in future years. Right, well, while they're taking their quick break, let's have a quick look over at court 1 just for a minute. This is Sigalov versus Bandman that we promised you quite a while ago. It's taken a long time to get this bout on, but Bandman from Canada currently 1-0 ahead. There's somebody stretchered away actually just in front of our camera, as you can see. Hope she's okay. She's looking restful, so thankfully I don't think she's in pain. And do come and say hello. Right, we're going to go back to court 12 now, as court 1's just having a little break, and this is how we're trying to cover the action as much as possible. Yes, and I think We wish we'd have lots of cameras, but of course it all costs money, and we have to be sensible. I think the coverage we've got now is television quality. It's hopefully a really good, clear picture you've got. And we do have a few interviews coming up later on at 3 o'clock later on today. Stephen Lambden's going to come in, and if you've got any questions for him, do fire away. US Open TKD, the hashtag is to use. Stephen Lambden will be in the commentator's desk. I will be asking him all your questions, plus a lot of my own little dumb questions that I tend to ask. And it'll be really interesting to get his views. Of course, I know Stephen from the World Grand Prix circuit, and he's one of the top competitors. Really great to have his views. And also later on this afternoon, Patrick Westland, the high performance director for US Taekwondo, will also be sitting in the hot seat here. And any questions for him? He knows a few sports. He's been working with US Taekwondo for just about a year, but has come from speed skating, so another very high power sport. And it'd be interesting to ask him a few questions about what initiatives US Taekwondo are bringing in. Not only the webcasting, but things obviously affecting the sport directly. We are going to be live all day here today, of course, all the way to the end as McKeany goes down again. So another automatic Kyung-go. He's just getting himself back into this bout. There's 50 seconds to go in the third. And he's certainly exerting quite a lot of energy here. He can't afford another Kyung-go and go another point behind. He needs to try and get back here. He's just breathing heavily. He's giving it his best. Glasnovich, certainly not one of those fighters who's on his tiptoes very much. He's always, good kick from McKeany, and he scores. So that's 2 apiece now. I think you could hear that kick on the other side of the hole. The golden point round beckons. Glasnovich tries to get a sneaky little kick in while they're together. That doesn't come off. Meanwhile, over in court 1, Bandman leads 2-1 as they go into their final period. And we will try and get to that very quickly. But this one is over, and it's 2-all. We will go to a golden point. Meanwhile, let's have a quick look over on court 1 as the ultras go and have a little sit down. Looking well out of breath. Here's the third period now. And there's a kick, there's a head kick given for Sigalov. Coach is thinking about using his card there, but he's decided not to. So 4-2 with just 50 seconds to go. That head kick for Sigalov really has turned this match around. Meanwhile, over on court 12, they are going with the golden point. We are going to, I think, we're going to have to flick onto this. Still not given. Oh, no, the point has been given. And McKeany of Australia, he takes it. And let's go straight back to court 1. So Sigalov takes that bout, and he's through now to what I believe is the quarter-final. And we're back with action here with Headland versus Kim on our main court. This is the up to 80 kilogram category. The not so heavyweights. I'm still learning. You possibly noticed if you looked on the US Taekwondo website, they tend not to, of course they don't use metric systems here. Everything's still in pounds, so using a kilogram system does confuse a lot of the locals here. So they tend to use things like flyweight and bantamweight and welterweight, etc., like almost boxing weights. The trouble is, of course, a lot of people don't know the weight categories, so hence my term, not so heavyweight. But this is the up to 80 kilogram category in the 46 and plus year old age group. Do use that hashtag. Nice to see a few people commenting. Brooke, let me take my glasses off here. Tilidetsky, wish you'd go to ring 3. I wish we could go to any ring we wanted, honestly, but unfortunately we're only set up for 1 and 12. Hopefully, if you guys, if you donate, if we build up a fund, it's not going to take many to build up enough money to make this happen for future years, and we would love to be able to cover all 12 rings, and you could just flick ring to ring as you see fit. And of course, in sync with the schedule, you'd be able to see, you'd know exactly what's taking place. As we see here, Kim is ahead from the United States in red. Okay, so we just had a slight issue there with the scoring, but Kim winning by 6-3 for United States. And moving over to ring 1. Well, I hope that break didn't take you away. We're only away for about 20 seconds. Just had to reset a few things here, and we're coming. We're straight back on court 12 with Cathal Armstrong in the male up to 80 kilogram category for the 46 years and above. It's Marco Nogueira, and currently 1 apiece. No action currently taking place on court 12. A couple of big guys there, ready. A couple of the big ultras ready to get stuck in, and we'll pop over that to that shortly. I do apologise, we're having issues connecting with the live scores over on court 1, but good job we have a backup system. Always good to have backups, isn't it, in life? Bandman of Canada is 7-1 up over Birch of the United States. Just having a quick look at that. I think this is the quarter final. I'm just trying to find it on the list. This is yes, this is a quarter final of the female up to 40 kilogram category. So it's not the same bandman. This is a sister of the bandman we saw earlier on this court. Amelia Bandman of Canada up against Kia Birch of USA. She's from Taekwondo, Carlisle Taekwondo and Fitness Club. Semi-final of the ultras 33 to 45 age group, and it's the heavyweights. In fact, as that one has finished, we will now go to that. Caleb Caldwell of United States, who is in blue, and in red it's Lamon Younger of the United States from the Korean Academy of Taekwondo. That's a pretty fierce kick. It's 4 points for a spinning head kick. What a start there. 13 seconds on the clock, and Caldwell took one into the head and went for a spin, and now they're going to just check, and he's not happy. No, it's over. It's all over. He's dazed. He took a big kick there, and this is finished. Well, what a spectacular way for a semi-final to go there, but he's just completely all at sea. And well, Caleb Caldwell won his quarter-final match earlier on today. Came into this semi-final meaning business. I think he's got himself back, but what a hit that was from Lamon Younger in red. Spinning head kick, and completely knocked his opponent out for the count. And after 13 seconds, yeah, that bout is declared over. I think the officials are going to have a little chat, but they realise they don't need to. And a victory for Younger there. So he gets through to the final, so he hardly broke a sweat there. I'm really glad we managed to get to see that, and yeah, lots of respect there between the athletes, but what an incredible little hit that was. being helped off by the doctor. Right, well, there is no action taking place, and I do have like a very clever box in front of me here that's able to do lots of things. One of the things will be, if you bear with me for a second, is I will able to be able to show you a replay of what happened there, because it all did happen a bit quickly. I think it caught us all out a little bit. Okay, so here we go. So let's have another little look at this. I've slowed it down a little bit, so I think we need it to be a bit slower here. In fact, I'll speed it up a little bit just to, here we go. So the referee gives the signal to start, and now I'll slow it right down, and there's the kick, and right into the jaw. It looks as if he took it into the neck as well, but it certainly rocked his head. Unfortunately, he was off camera, but he was certainly spinning around a little bit, very dizzy, and that was the end of his competition. Well, it looks as if we've got a bit of action getting ready over on court one. Just waiting for all the systems. Things are calming down a bit, of course. Now we're getting into some of the later stages, so a lot of people are getting knocked out. The numbers are dwindling. Not exactly sure what time finals will be taking place, but we're just going to stay on air until it all finishes, until the cleaners come in, and then I think we'll know it's finished. There's a real lovely buzz about this event here. And of course, some people have already left the competition. Some had very quick events for sure. It's Beville versus Zena taking place here. This is a quarter-final. Carlos Zena of Nicaragua will be in blue, and Aidan Beville of the United States. Salim's Taekwondo Center is in red here on court one. Well, there's not a lot of activity taking place here at the moment, as you've possibly gathered. Not 100% sure what happened to the match that was due to take place. I think one of the coaches is shouting to get out there. Well, while we're just waiting, let's have a little look at a little video we did for the World Grand Prix series, how to score Taekwondo. Perfect timing indeed there, straight out of that video, and the match that was promised, Zena versus Beville, is ready to go.
So that's the athletes know. If plan A does not work, change plan B immediately, right?
So a 10-3 victory for Beville over Zena, United States. Victory over Nicaragua. Court 12 has finished for lunch. And now we're getting ready here on Court 1 for the next match. Colin Ash from Action Martial Arts against Carl Gordon from the grandly named World Champion Taekwondo Academy. A lot to live up to with that sort of name. This is a quarter-final match. I think we've got quite a few bouts yet to go on Court 1, so although Court 12 is finished with the Ultras, Court 1 seems to have still quite a lot to go, so I am assured that our technical people are working on trying to get Court 1 up and running, but I will go and do a little bit of pestering here, so sit back, enjoy the action. So that 10-5 victory for Ash over Gordon, I believe, will bring webcast coverage to a little break. We're not going to stop the stream, although probably the content is not going to be particularly enjoyable to watch. We will just keep the stream going, and we'll be back in a little while, but I believe that there is a lunch break due. A lot of them have already taken a break. So there's one more match yet to go, I'm told reliably, from Steve McNally, who's a US Taekwondo coordinator here, looking after all bits and pieces. So we will stay live with the action.
arm in covering. Inside out. Inside out. And your business, Ethan. And your business, Ethan. Straight up. You know what you're doing. Heidi, it's yours. It's your round. Own it. Own it. Own it. Own it. Own it. 30 seconds.
Well, welcome back. They started a little bit early on court 12. They caught everybody out having a lunch break from a webcast crew. So I do apologise, but this bout should not have started until exactly this time, 1 o'clock. But they've started it early. Cardona, United States, male minus 57 kilogram category in the cadets.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. Oh, yeah. Come on, Ralph. Keep running, Ralph. Keep running. Come on, Ralph. Keep running. Good job, good job, good job. Good fight. Good fight. That's how we learn. That's how we learn. Good fight.
Well, that match is completed over on court 12. Court 11 is seems to have some of the younger kids getting ready to take place. So let's see if we can sneak in a little bit on court 11. No action on court 1 for a while. They've certainly got a good break taking place. There's currently a video. No, sorry. They're trying to reset for the start of the match. So that 15-1 was a previous encounter that took place on court 11. So they're just trying to reset the software, get it ready for the new match that's coming on.
So a nice comfortable victory for Bartlett over Mora there, who got into a bit of Kyungo trouble as well. Adam Bartlett winning 14-0, and contest stopped. They're starting to look as if they're going to get ready back on court one. In fact, the athletes are ready. There's just no officials there at the moment. In the meantime, let's have a little sneaky peek up at court 11. Court 11 seems to have stopped giving us data, unfortunately, so I'm not 100% sure who's on, but it's 11-1 to red. I can see the score on the screen from here, and we'll flick to courts 1 or 12 as soon as action starts.
We need the following athletes to ring tomorrow: Ryan Bell and Anthony Heil. We need Ryan Bell and Anthony Heil to ring tomorrow, please.
Well, we just have a replay card being played. A quick look over on court 1. Murray from the United States. Against Calero from Nicaragua. They're just having their break at the moment. Video replay still taking place over on 12, but we'll go back to it as they're in the final 20 seconds of play there. Those of you watching live, Patrick Wenteland, the high performance director for USA Taekwondo, will be sat with me, and we're very happy to take any questions you've got online on Twitter using the hashtag US Open TKD. Keeping an eye on that. 1,000,001 questions asking us to move to other rings. We'll try and see if we can cover 2 and 11 if there is no other action taking place, but 1 and 12 are the ones that we've committed to show. Right, well, they're back out already on 1, so this referee decision seems to be taking an age, and things have got a little bit tasty there. Murray 12-3 ahead, although I think that's going to be 9-3 in a second. 12-4. A few minutes taking place. They're still waiting here on court 12. This is taking a long time, but he really can't make a decision. Well, video card has been accepted there. So, right, there's something. We'll leave court 1 for a second. So, video card's been accepted. The card has gone back to the red corner, and he's been given 3 points, and that's a big change. From 5-4 down, it will be 7-5 ahead. 28 seconds to go in the third. Seconds to go. You can hear the blue coach calling out. Well, we've just 1 second to go. We have what's known within the sport as the desperation card. Foot was somewhere moving around the head, and now it's a question of is there any evidence on the TV monitor to support any touch? If so, that card from the coach will have won the match. Meanwhile, we have a replay going on court 1, so you're not missing anything on court 1 at the moment. And it's lovely, you know, lots of lovely comments, and great to see you. We would love to cover all 12 courts. Maybe next year we could cover them. Go to the donate page on the USA Taekwondo website. You just click on the streaming page at the top. There's a big donate now button, and please, you know, donate $10, $20. Every little helps. And you know, if we can just reach a nice figure, we can get all these cameras installed and literally cover every single bout. Well, on court 12, they're having a little look at this. Here's the officials. Unfortunately, we can't really see the screen. Just at, we're at the worst angle possible, side on, so we can't actually see what they're looking at. But let's have a little test of this zoom on this camera. Let's see how close we can get. We saw it from our camera a little while ago. Ooh, this is not too bad, is it? Here we go, there's the switching angle. Well, we seem to have found something. I think chap in red is... no, it's been refused. So... not a surprise. They're going to start. There's 1 second to go. attempt for a head kick, and the fighting is stopped. What a good bout. That was close, but a good win there. Well, United States for Anthony Hale of United States over Ryan Bell. So we'll leave that one and back to the action on court one that we were just at. There's the score at the moment, 14-5. So Murray in blue having a good time of it. That was after 2 periods, so 1 more period to go. So the blue coach holding up the card, 15-6. This will put this match to bed, to be honest. I think we're still working on the 12-point system, but the bout is stopped if we get such a big gap. The officials are having a look at that. Okay, so as predicted, that challenge was successful, 18-6. That match was indeed put to bed. And we've got a battle of the big guys over on court 12 now. Kohlefeld from Germany, not Sweden, as somebody said on the chat room earlier. He is definitely from Germany, up against Congo from Brazil. Now, these two had 2 big wins in their earlier round match. This should be a bit of a tasty encounter, so looking forward to this one. Really high quality match there as Marcus Kohlhoff of Germany beats Denarte Coimbra of Brazil 3-2. Really high quality bout. Meanwhile, over on court 1, we've got some of the youngsters. Dinesh, oh, it's this chap again, Balasubramanian against Garrett Batt. Balasubramanian, I got there in the end.
I am.
Oh, what a cracking bout that was, and well, he's in tears, young Batt, but a perfect example of how sometimes the score in Taekwondo can be a little bit exaggerated in terms of the gap between them, because there's no way that was as wide a gap of that as that. But Balasubramanian is the man. I'll tell you what, if they engrave the trophies here, they're going to need an extra 10 minutes to get all those characters on the shield. But he's won well against a very good opponent in Batt, who's in tears and obviously cares very much about his performance, and he gave a lot of energy in that and just didn't seem to score the points. And he's pretty disappointed, the young kid. Well, the action comes thick and fast here. Courts 1 and 12 of moving onwards. Here's the action on court 12 right now, and they're getting ready for fight. They haven't actually put the new match in, but we'll get that very shortly, I'm sure.
Matches up to match 23. Please report to the home here.
Apologies, we had the wrong scoreboard there for the wrong match at the time. We've had to go to a manual backup because our little the RT system in place just currently experiencing a few issues. So we're back to This is a big battle here between Sigalov and Junius. We've seen a bit of these guys leading up to this particular bout, so we've seen a few of their earlier performances. Bit of confusion on court 12 at the moment. It seems to be everybody in their dog around there trying to work out what's going on.
I can't. We gotta be over the rail.
Matches 24 and 25. Please report to the holding area. Matches 24 and 25. Please report to the holding area.
Replay card being used over on court 1, although I don't think that's going to actually affect the result unless there's some amazing change of fortunes there. Meanwhile, here's rink 12, currently 6-1 to blue. Shirley Cass of Canada, Sabates of the United States in red. But if you're watching online from anywhere around the world, well, it's great to see you, and thank you for coming to watch. I see there's quite a few of you watching this already, and we're just experiencing a few, as usual. We've had a few little technical issues with the scoreboard, but I have a colleague who knows what he's doing, who's running around the place, and is managing to sort this out. Meanwhile, we're going to the action here on court number 1. An exceptional start here for Jan of the United States. Still in the first period, and 9-0 already over Scalora, also USA. We are monitoring the much as we can in terms of the chat room and Twitter, etc.
That's good.
We have court 12 back in terms of the technicals, but yeah, just having a few little issues. The gremlins have been around today, that's for sure. But we are keeping an eye on you, tweeting on the US Open TKD. I was told earlier there's over 2,000 competitors here, almost 2,500. Big list. And pretty hectic out there for sure. And we've got a few guests coming by. Patrick Wentland, the high performance director for USA Taekwondo, will be coming in shortly. We have Stephen Lambden, of course, a fighter on the world tour, and he'll be fighting tomorrow. And Sherman Nelson, the coach for a great American hope for the future, 16-year-old Kendall Yount, who took gold at the Youth Olympic Games. She'll be hoping to emulate Jay Jones, who took a gold at the Youth Olympics and went on to do the real thing in the Olympics shortly afterwards. So Jan looking very comfortable here on court 1, in fact incredibly comfortable, 15-0, head kick after head kick, and the referee said that will do, that's enough, 15-point gap, it's the end of the competition, and that one is over. So we're going to get they look as if they're getting close to being ready here on court 12.
Coach Nigel Holder from Maryland. Nigel Holder from Maryland is aboard to ring 6.
Jan V. Disser and Veronica. I've really got to ask her how she pronounces that. Were you in red? I think if she gets to the final, I'll go down and ask her coach. But this is the ultras, the 33 to 45 year age group, female heavyweights. They're going to be going at it very, very shortly. Well, here we go, going into the third in the ultras, and this girl who, in fact, that might be one of my first questions to Patrick, who's just come and sit next to me. How do you pronounce this girl's surname? Ryu? Or it's maybe a misspelling. What do you think, Patrick?
No, I think spelling's probably right. Just your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, it's one of the awkward. I don't mind the long names sometimes. Patrick Wentland is with me, and you're the high performance director for US Taekwondo, so you've got a pretty big job on. You've been with Taekwondo for a year. Give us your initial thoughts.
You know, it's actually been a great challenge. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of potential, and there's a lot still yet to be done. So I'm excited really about the future. I think we've had a really good first year. We had some great results this year. We have lots of room for improvement. We got some ideas for some programs we're looking to put in place over this next year. And I think the future for us really looks good. We got work to do, but we're not there yet. But I think we're going in a really good direction.
Well, if we first of all, just to sort of get into the introducing you, you come from speed skating, and that's an interesting sport. I've covered some speed skating in the past, and that seems to be quite a different sport in many ways. You don't get a lot of people who grow up and say, I want to be a speed skater. You know, certainly from my experience, is that quite often they're hand-picked from other sports, certainly from what I know on the UK side of things on how they do it. And here we are at a Taekwondo event. There's 2,000 competitors out there.
Yeah.
You don't just, in speed skating, you just don't go to an event where there's, people competing for fun, do you? It's quite a different program, Taekwondo, from speed skating.
It's similar in a lot of ways, just the numbers are a lot smaller. Like where a national championships in short track speed skating would be maybe 300-400 athletes. But in some ways it's the same, where kids do grow up competing in clubs in their own towns from when they're 6 years old, and then keep going on making national teams, junior national teams, Olympic teams. Very similar to Taekwondo, very similar programs, very similar training schools, and very similar path on up to the Olympics.
Yeah. If you've got any questions, we're live now. It's 2:15 here in the US, so 7:15 if you're in the UK, 8:15 if you're in Europe. And if you've got any questions for Patrick, do fire them away. I'm keeping an eye on that Twitter feed, so fire them. And I know I've got a colleague who's keeping an eye on Facebook as well. US Taekwondo does have quite a heritage, and obviously you must be sick of talking about Stephen Lopez. You know, he is a legend of the sport, one of the most successful all-round athletes America's produced in terms of gold, Olympic golds, and he's still competing at the very top. So you've got somebody there who is an aspiration for the youngsters that are coming in. That must help you a lot when you've got somebody like Mr. Lopez at the top of the tree.
It is. I know growing up as a young athlete, having someone like that to watch and aspire to is a huge plus for the sport, for little kids. Stephen is an incredible athlete. I mean, just incredible. Has had great results, incredible career, and kids see that. Kids want to be like that. Kids will train harder and continue on in the sport when they have a guy like that to watch. If we don't have a guy like that, then it hurts the sport. So it's been a big blessing for the sport of Taekwondo in the U.S.
And in fact, you just prompted me to do something here on Twitter using the hashtag USOpenTKD. I will put a link to the YouTube fights, which I was privileged to commentate on. You know, sometimes commentating can be a bit of a grind, but sometimes you just feel privileged. And I was lucky to be there in Kazakhstan when Steve Lopez fought Damon Sampson, and it was old-style Taekwondo. It wasn't touchy-feely, let's try and score a point on that particular electronic pad. They just got stuck into each other for 3 rounds. It was proper Taekwondo. And at the end of it, it went to the golden point. We had controversy, we had everything. And it was fantastic. And, Stephen, at the end of it, still came out of it, such a great man. He gave great interviews. And unfortunately, was injured for the final, so he didn't make it in the final. But, it is great to see, and hopefully that, and I will put that link on there. As soon as we finish this little chat, I will put that link on the Twitter feed, and you'll be able to look it up, and you can watch that final yourself. And we're just looking at court one here now, and we've seen with some of these little kids out there. Here's Ash and Beville, who both won through 2 or 3 rounds already. There's a lot of great talent all the way through, isn't there, at a junior and youth level?
Yeah, I think we're real excited, actually. I think we have a good future here. Our numbers are strong. I think, like any sport, it's a struggle to keep these kids going, to keep them interested in the sport with so many other opportunities out there for them. And our goal really is to help build and develop more programs for these kids to stay involved, give them more opportunities. We struggle immensely with funding in here in the U.S. for Taekwondo, so it's an easy target for these kids to go elsewhere. But again, it's a goal of ours. It's something we're working on to help relieve that issue and build better things for the Taekwondo athletes in the U.S. for the future.
Do you find, I know you're only a year into the job, but do you sometimes find that when there's WWE taking place and there's MMA on the screens and it's more entertainment led rather than actual here is Olympic Taekwondo, an Olympic sport, where this is I'm not going to I'll just say a proper sport, but I don't want a WWE guy just to come around and tap me on the shoulder here, but ultimately there's entertainment side, which is getting a lot of TV time, and there's this sort of sport where there isn't a lot of TV time, and that must be a tough battle to fight when the kids are watching WWE and aspiring to that sort of thing, but actually this is the real stuff here.
Yeah, I don't know that it hurts us too much. I think most coaches and most kids need to realize that this is a stepping stone to those places, and those you're not going to get into, cage fighting until you're experienced and you've gone through a career of Taekwondo or another martial art, and these kids use that, and maybe they'll see that in their future. But I think the Olympics is also something. Taekwondo is one of the only martial arts sports for the Olympics, and that's a dream for these kids, and for them to want to go that route to the Olympics, this is their path.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of questions came in. One which I think I disagree with. I think we field all questions to you here. One's a little bit accusatory. I think that's the word. We'll get this one out of the way. Vanya Singh saying, Why is performance on USA Taekwondo so slow? Why is the performance level is so low? But I actually don't agree with that, to be honest, because I was just looking up online and I see that you've got a Youth Olympic Games gold medalist, and we already talked about Lopez. Stephen Lambden's going to be competing. Do you think there's a feeling that USA Taekwondo are underperforming?
I think we've had that in past years. I think over this last year, we have 4 or 5, 6 athletes that are sitting in the top. We have 8 athletes right now in the top 15. We have probably 12 athletes that are Grand Prix eligible. I don't know too many countries that have that also. So, yeah, we got a lot of room to grow where we're getting better. I think we've been a little stagnant over the past few years due to some of our programs and putting a lot of our efforts, money, and everything else into a few athletes. We're expanding that to grow our programs broader, and I think we're going to start to see more talent, a wider range of talent coming up because of that, and I think it's already happening.
Great. Thank you very much for that, and thank you, Vanya, for giving us that question. A couple of questions here from Felicia Payne. One of them quite an open-ended question, but an interesting point. I know it seems so simple, but a simple question: how do you get into the US team?
Believe it or not, I get at least 1 or 2 emails a day.
Really?
Come across my desk on that, and a lot of the time it's, hey, my kid's a great Taekwondo athlete, and I want him to be on the Olympic team. Well, it's not easy. It's a lot of hard work and dedication, but the bottom line is right now that you have to start competing international at a senior age. Have to be 17 years old and start bringing in points. You have to start getting ranked as an Olympic level athlete in the WTF ranking system. The higher you can get ranked, the better chance you have to be able to qualify to an Olympic trials and make an Olympic team. So that is an easy laid out path, not an easy path to get there, but at least you can see that path as you start pulling in more points on the WTF system.
And we're noticing here, like, thinking of the youngsters as well. We're seeing here there's kids competing from all over the States, from Taekwondo clubs. Some of them are not affiliated and have just entered this tournament themselves. So is it true that a tournament like this and the US Nationals, those are the places that somebody like yourself, you're going to be looking at semis and finals, and especially the finals, and you're going to be seeing kids that you go, I've not seen this kid before, and they've made a major final here. They must be quite tasty.
We definitely take notice. We'll look at the results. We'll watch some of the athletes. Our coaches are out watching these athletes, and they have that ability to pick out a few, and we'll keep our eye on them. There's not a whole lot. We don't have a lot of programs in place now, but we are starting a few programs this year to help those athletes and to get them training with other athletes similar abilities and to push their levels. But yes, this is a great place for us to watch and to see some new faces, to see where the future of our sport lies.
And the one thing I think that always, for laymen like myself, is that the standard is so high. So I've got a little 7-year-old boy back home, and he may take it, he did his first Taekwondo class last week. He may be excellent and completely take to the top level in his little area, but as soon as you fight at a national and you're coming across people who've travelled many thousands of miles to get here, this is where you realise that at very top level it really is Mount Everest, and it is only the best of the best, and I think that's one of the things that I've discovered doing this job, that you really are seeing some great athletes, and they'll come on a mat here and get well beaten by somebody who's just so good. And sport hurts, doesn't it? Sport is tough.
Yeah, and our juniors and cadets had some great eye-opening experience last year. I had the privilege of traveling with them to the Junior World Championships and the Cadet World Championships. Most of these kids, they've maybe traveled continentally, competed in Mexico, Puerto Rico, Canada, along with the U.S., but they haven't been to Europe. They haven't been east, and they had the eye-opening experience of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Remember them watching some of the practices and just the eyes wide open going, oh my God, and some of them were very intimidated going into their first rounds.
Yeah.
After the first rounds, they realized, hey, this is a step up, but these guys aren't any better than I am.
Yeah.
And some of them stepped up to it and were able to handle it. Some of them were nerves and not so much, but the experience for them and like you say, the different level, the eye-opening experience for the different level of competition that they find internationally opposed to competing at home is something we don't get enough of in the U.S., being a little more landlocked, and it's something we're pushing more towards. But it's nothing like going to a World Championships for the kids.
Yeah, I've seen some of the the Korean schools. I was over in Korea and saw, and it was just incredible to see what some of these young kids are able to do. And these guys are totally dedicated, giving many hours of their lives every day to this cause. And that is a tough job, isn't it? Because of course in America you've got people who live in a very high standard of living. And there are so many other things to do, and there is only there are decisions to be made, aren't there, at a younger level, where you have to you want to be good at your sport, but you can't be devoting too many hours a day into that sport, and that must be one of the difficult parts of your job.
It is, and we find I'm not sure how it is in other countries, but here in the U.S., the kids have so many sport opportunities within their schools, outside of school, that to get them to focus and stay involved in one sport, it's expensive, it's very time consuming. As you say, the parents have to devote a lot of time driving them, transporting them to and from practice. It is hard to keep them going. The more that we can funnel up through the top there, the better, but that is a big challenge.
Well, thank you for that. Another question from Felicia Payne. Thank you, Felicia, for feeding us a few of these things. What plans, quite an open-ended question here, I'll time you at 5 minutes for this one.
Right.
What plans do you have for Rio?
For Rio,
I assume the Olympic Games that she's
gold
asking
medals.
about.
We got a lot of plans. We're still finalizing and perfecting things. We don't have an answer, the perfect answer of of how to get medals. We were putting a lot of ideas together with our best coaches, throwing the options out there.
Yeah.
Taking our cream of the crop, our top athletes, and putting them together, figuring out their weaknesses, maximizing their strengths, fixing our training programs, getting them a little more experience. The G-rated programs, competitions that we started doing more last year and are forced to do more this year are a huge plus for us, where the competition number of competitions we've done the past few years have been very minimal, so our athletes are getting out there and getting badly needed experience. So all those things together, I think, are a big part of the overall plan towards Rio.
Yeah. And there's of course the Olympic qualification is starting any time soon, and it's all starting to, people are starting to build up points, and Taekwondo's gone through a lot of change as well with the Grand Prix as well, and the Grand Prix series, they're having 4 stops now. We've seen of course Stephen Lopez, but we saw Jackie Galloway get through to a final, and a superb performance for gold. I think it was in Kazakhstan, wasn't it?
I believe so, yes.
I'm pretty sure I commentated on that one. And so you do have genuine contenders for gold, which is, of course, that gets to highlights, but there's a lot of work that goes in to feeding, and your job is you're looking all the way down to the youngsters here as who might be for 2024 and 2028 even, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, we do feel we have some contenders for Rio. And like I say, our numbers are a little thinner maybe than some countries, but we know who to focus on. We know who we're really going to be pushing towards the next year and a half. But at the same point, a big part of our focus really is some of these up-and-coming juniors and cadets. We did have a junior world champion last year, a cadet world champion, and a few other medalists. And watching some of these kids out here today, these are the ones that we are going to be building programs towards and hopefully have a great future with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see so many ultras out there. We're just over on court. We're just looking at court 1 actually, where Shah versus Murray in a youth male minus 40 kilogram contest. I think we're up to the semi-final stage in this one, but so many ultras are good to see. Some of these guys who are 46 plus, and they look as fit as fiddles, and it's great to see that they're still competing, and even though of course it's just social. But one more question that's come through is where and when will junior and cadet trials be held this year?
Here in the U.S., we're still finalizing a date. It really came down to waiting for that final date for the Cadet World Championships, because I think we were just last given a month by the WTF, and I think we've come up with a date that has been specified already. Yeah. And we're waiting to see if that date is going to be before or after our national championships, and I believe now it's going to be after our national championships. So we are talking about having our junior and cadet trials at the national championships, so our athletes only have to do 1 trip.
Yeah.
And pick our teams from there.
Yeah. And of course, I know there's a lot of people watching this internationally. This is actually one of the issues with the US, is that there's a lot of travelling involved for any sport, that everything's a plane ride, whereas in the UK people jump in a car and the longest might be 3 or 4 hours for a trip. Here in the US it's absolutely vast, and that's actually an issue, isn't it, that you can't get together with some of your star names on a regular enough basis. So do you when you identify a real talent at say an under 14 level, you will assign them a program, and do you have any way of how do you sort of work out the issues that you can't have that person in with you for regular sessions?
Yeah, that is a big problem. Across the U.S., getting our athletes, 2 other athletes and 2 other coaches, and getting them good training partners and experience is very difficult. And one of the things we're starting this year is a regional training programs. We're going to try and get 5 locations started throughout the U.S. this year, where once a month they can get together with other top coaches in the region, other top athletes in the region, work with them together. It's similar like the UK does. Great Britain has a program like that now. We're also looking at having some competitions regionally like that, and building on from there. Our goal is to have 10 different regions having these similar programs, and then some inter-regional programs as well. So that's one of our big starts. We're hoping to get going maybe as soon as February this year. But compared to the UK and other places, it's very expensive. It's very time-consuming for our athletes to travel, and our top athletes, they're traveling international all the time, and having such a busy WTF schedule, it makes everything, even finding dates for our trials, very, very difficult.
Yeah. Well, it's been brilliant having you on board. I assume that you want to be getting out there and seeing some of these finals, because we're getting towards the later stages now. I'm sure we'll be talking again over the week. We've got the G2s coming up over the next 2 days, and that must be, that must raise the hairs on the back of the neck that you've got some Olympians and world champions that are coming to fight here in the States and show what they can do. And surely that's something that you would be encouraging the cadets and the youth to actually come and watch these guys and see what the top level is all about.
For sure, yeah. I don't think there's a much better experience for these kids to just. It's not even the same watching on TV, but to be here live and watching some of those other kids and some of their idols is great. For us, we're really excited to really see how our top athletes will do this year, starting a new season, a new points year, how they're rated up against some of the other countries. We have 84 countries here this year, and it should mount out to be a really great competition, and we're hoping the best for our athletes to bring home some valuable points.
Great. Well, Patrick, it's great to have you here, and thank you for giving us probably turned into half an hour actually, but we had a good little chit chat, and we'll probably see you again over the week, and maybe we'll get a few more questions for you. But
great.
Thank you very much for joining us.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Patrick Wentland, the US High Performance Director for US Taekwondo, and it's great to have some wise words as to what's happening on the USA Taekwondo scene. Currently, we don't have any matches taking place on 1 or 12, but as we tend to try and do, give you a little bonus. We're going to show you a little bit of stuff that's going on 11, which is a little bit more difficult to follow. I don't believe that I think our software might actually be working here, so that would be a bonus. Stolman is 12-5 up. Yeah, that scoreboard is correct. In fact, they've just finished. There you go. Such is my perfect timing. It was lovely there to have Patrick giving us some fine words of wisdom. And well, let's have a little look at Court 2 while we're here then. This is, in fact, is that the end? Oh no, they're just starting. So until we get any action on Court 1, we don't actually seem. I was going to say we don't seem to have got data from Court 2, but it looks like they have reset their computer there, which is good news for us, because it means that we're going to have a quick long distance look at what's going on over at Court 2. But as soon as we do get action, you see it is long distance, and it is difficult to really make out, but this will be good for those Hirschberger fans, and Oquendo, both from the United States.
Attention spectators, match number 329 will now be moving to ring number 5. Match number 329 will be moving to ring number 5.
Okay, so we're getting towards the business end of a competition here. Semi-final taking place over on court 1. And there's currently a referee's replay. There's now final coming on court 12. So looks like we're going to be here for about another hour or two. So we'll have an early night, which is always nice. They've really been rattling through the matches pretty quickly. Well, that was quite amazing there. Kyung-go was given. It gave a victory to blue in the end. Sorry, to red, 5-4. And now we're back to this final here over on court 12. Okay, I'm very pleased to say joining me right now, Stephen Lambden from USA Taekwondo. Somebody who I've never spoken to you, Stephen, but I've seen you fight a lot and I've commentated on some of your fights. And you fight at the top international level. And we were just speaking to the high performance director a little bit earlier, and he was, one of the things that came up was just how tough it is going from a USA Taekwondo athlete, where you live a fairly comfortable life and there's so many other things to do and a lot of leisure activities, to making that step up to the world level. Just tell us in your own words, you've done that. You are fighting with guys who have put in those 7 hours a day, etc. And how hard is it for you to have reached that high level?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thanks a lot for having me on. But I mean, the high performance director is right. It's an incredibly difficult transition, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that, I mean, there are other countries who are fighting to feed their families, and that's their primary source of income. And I mean, so to transition from a country where this is much more, I wouldn't go as far as to say recreational, but it's a sport. It's not a means of living. So to make that transition can be pretty tough. And honestly, it comes down to who's willing to work hardest for it. And at the end of the day, if you can work smarter than some of these other countries, we can still get ahead. It's just, it can be a little bit more difficult for us. So
yeah, I remember speaking to one of the UK athletes, and in fact, you've reminded me. I asked him a very similar question, and he said, "Well, sometimes what we can make up for our lack of time is sometimes we make up for with facilities and for training facilities, and to have high performance coaches who can cut down the hours needed." Do you think that's a good point?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and just like in the UK, in the United States, we have access to, some world-class facilities, especially because of sports like football and, the NFL and everything like that. We can take advantage of a lot of the same research and development that they put into their sport into our sport. And so, true, while somebody might be working a lot harder, if we're working smarter, again, I'll take that any day.
Yeah, absolutely. You fight on the world circuit, you travel the world, you live out of a case for many months of the year. It must be nice having one on home soil, even though you've obviously flown here.
Yeah.
You're not a Florida resident, are you? So, in a way, this is, I suppose this is one of the features of in the USA, is that even a local tournament you're flying to, it's not just up the road and you drive back and it takes you an hour to get home.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a big advantage that the European system has, because they can hop on the train and in an hour or two be in another country for their open, whereas we want to fight, our U.S. nationals, and the vast majority of athletes have to fly 2 or 3 hours. And so to get over, it takes a special commitment for an American player to get over and fight the same circuit that the Europeans do or the Asians do. And if you're willing, I mean, you can afford the same opportunities, but it's definitely a lot more time in the air. And I mean, I think I'm executive platinum on a couple of different airlines now, and I mean, it's worth it, but it's definitely, you get used to sleeping on planes at least.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just looking at those finals taking place now. Overall, do you remember these times yourself? Like, were you a Taekwondo fighter at these sort of ages where these little dots are appearing and, they've got bundles of energy, sometimes not a lot of style, but they've got the energy to make up for it.
Yeah, I mean, the first, I think the number was 8 U.S. Nationals and the first 5 U.S. Opens. I actually lost my first match every time. So it's these kids are already much more successful than I was at that age. So. But yeah, it's like you said, their technique might be a little bit raw, but I mean, it's always entertaining at this level because it doesn't matter what age they are, they clearly want it and they put in a lot of hard work for it.
Yeah. Oh, it's a common saying, isn't it, that you have to know how to lose before you can win, and so you're saying that you had plenty of that in your early days.
Yeah, and what's funny is I'll have people. It's no different than any other person on the team, but we have people come up and say like, "Oh man, how do you do it? I just feel like I've lost so much, and it seems like you never lose." And it's, oh man, fortunately, records aren't that good for, the younger kids. But I could run you through the reference list of plenty of impressive losses that I've had. So,
well, just while we're chatting, we'll just take a quick break here because we're just going to have a look at a very interesting bout. Mr. Younger, who. He had the most incredible semi-final. He's only fought for 3 seconds. He came up against a guy who danced up and down and looked to see if he'd got energy to burn. Mr. Younger did a spinning head kick and knocked him out in 3 seconds. And so he's now in a final, and he's actually now. It's interesting to see if he does have any Taekwondo skills on the defensive side. But he's your man mountain. If you're looking at definition of man mountain, there he is. That guy is he's carrying a lot of weight, but he's got a lot of power behind it as well. So we're just going to keep an eye on that. But we'll flick, while we're just having a break, let's just flick back to the juniors. Stephen, as you say, you had a tougher time, but, in your career in the early days, there must have been a period then when you realised, hold on a minute, I'm actually pretty good at this, and I've actually got to a level now. I've gone through those early defeats, and I'm beating guys now who I shouldn't be beating, and you realise that there's a future potential for you.
Yeah, and honestly, that happened in 2002 at our Junior National Championships to decide who got to fight at the Junior World Championships. Up until that point, my parents, very supportive, very encouraging, but at one point, my mom had taken me aside and basically said, hey, maybe this isn't your thing.
Yeah.
You've lost almost 10 junior nationals on the first match. Maybe this isn't your thing. And so, I had kind of hit that breaking point, but in 2002, I went from losing my first match to I won 6 matches to make the junior national team. And it was funny because it was like the second you break through that first ceiling, you realize that, oh man, it was being a big fish in a small pond, because then I went to Junior World Championships and lost my first match, and it was, oh wow. And so the higher I went, the higher I realized that the whole circuit goes.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't think it was, I always knew it was something I wanted to do. Obviously, if you're willing to take that kind of abuse for 10 years, you have to have an inherent love for the sport. But 2002 was definitely where the switch started happening. And then I don't think it was, I won my first senior championship at 16, and that kind of cemented the, hey, I might actually be decent at this.
To win a senior championship at 16 is... So when did you start fighting then? Were you one of these who started at like 5 or 6? Are you?
Yeah.
Prodigy, yeah?
I started at 5. I had wanted to start Taekwondo for a little while, and it was my birthday, and we were sitting in a restaurant, and I finally convinced my parents to let me start competing, and there happened to be a Taekwondo gym literally across the street out the window. And so, as my dad would tell it, he decided, okay, we'll sign him up for the month. He's gonna get tired of this after a couple of weeks. And to their and probably my surprise, I ended up really loving it and stuck with it all this time. So yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for 22 years now,
Wow.
something like that. So
Wow.
about 21 years too long.
That's and tell us, what is it like to be a Taekwondo athlete at, the top of international level? You're fighting all the Olympians, all the ex-world champions, and just tell us what it's like to be part of that tour and competing.
I mean, it's definitely an amazing experience. There's a reason why the competition level is as high as it is, and it's just getting tougher.
Yeah.
I mean, to be at that level and to get to throw on, a uniform that has your country's name on the tail, and then go out and represent your country in front of a crowd of completely non-English speaking people and go up against somebody who's arguably the best in the world, and then by the end of the match to have the crowd on your side and cheering for you. I mean, there's nothing like it. It's definitely been a dream come true, that's for sure.
Yeah. And I followed the tour. I've been very fortunate to see some of the matches.
Right.
And, I've seen some of your bouts as well. And, it is. It's a cool sport. It's a knockout sport. And,
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I've seen bouts where I've seen world champions. Obviously, I'm a British guy. I keep an eye on the British athletes.
Yeah.
I always want them to do well, of course. And sometimes I've seen Cho losing out first round to some guy that he'd beaten 15-0 the previous week. And that's the thing with Taekwondo, that sometimes the differences are so marginal.
Yep.
That head kick that just missed his head by a fraction
Right.
is the difference between a victory and a defeat, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, what a lot of people don't take into consideration is on this Taekwondo circuit, I mean, you might fight 20 events in a year, whereas, for example, like you said, Cho loses to somebody that he smashed the week before. Yeah, but the guy that he just lost to might have fought 3 or 4 times, and so I mean, one person's running a sprint and the other's running a marathon. Cho's obvious goal is to get to the Olympics. This guy is just to, win the Mexico Open or something like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Both are admirable goals, but I mean, every now and then, I mean, myself included, you just have one that slips through the cracks that you just go, I don't even know how I lost that match. So
Interesting. One of the things that I see a lot of people comment on, especially a lot of the fans, is how Taekwondo's changed. In fact, we've just seen a point here scored. Link has just got the point, so he wins on the golden point, and
nice.
That's good to see. So 2 American athletes, and it's good to see Mr. Young got put through his paces and into a golden point. It could have been. If he'd have done the same thing again, it could have been quite an amazing sort of 6 seconds of fighting to take a gold medal. But one of the things I do see a lot from fans is, there's some comments that the sport is becoming almost too technical at times. And I'm sure you saw the fight with we talked about it earlier with Lopez versus Samson.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I was fortunate to be commentating on that. Absolutely amazing match, old style Taekwondo. The gloves were off, and they just said, look, forget all the pads and everything. We're just going to kick each other hard. And by the end of it, they had a really tough workout. And in fact, so much so, of course, Lopez didn't make it for the final. He got an injury, and unfortunate so. Do you find that sometimes a frustration? I know some athletes do think that sometimes it's almost too technical now with where the pads are, and you've got to practice to hit particular points.
Right.
Instead of scoring with power, which is where Taekwondo came in as a sport.
Yeah, and definitely I find it frustrating because you have countries like, for example, China will flat recruit, these massive 7-foot guys to fight in a weight division that's under 118 pounds, and you ask yourself, how in the world did they get this huge guy down to that weight?
Yeah.
And he ends up being really successful on this system just because of what this system favors, which is very much a front leg style fighter. So I totally agree with you. It can be incredibly frustrating, but anytime somebody asks me for tips or advice on this particular system, I always just tell them, the extra stuff has changed, but on a fundamental level, it still comes down to who kicks the chest guard more. And so, yes, true, there are those times where you can go, oh man, this is too technical, this match is boring to watch. But at the end of the day, you end up always having those matches like Stephen Lopez versus Damon, where it's just, wow, that was a really entertaining fight. So, I mean, you can say that it's changed, but like I said, at the end of the day, it's still who kicks the chest guard more.
Do you find that there are a few more defensive athletes around there now? I'll give you an extreme example. Somebody like Ava Calva-Gomez, who bases, if she's fighting somebody she knows she's better than, she can just go into it. She's got a brilliant attack when she goes for it. But when she fights somebody who's roughly same as her, she goes into her shell, she's blocking, she's doing everything she can to stop the other person scoring.
Right.
And her whole sort of ethos is almost, she's looking just for that one opportunity, flick her leg out, get a point, and she'll win 1-0. Do you find that that's happening in the men's game as well? Or do the men just go more brutal and just go, look, forget the defense, we're just going to go all out attack?
I mean, it's different. I think particularly in the heavier weight divisions, they tend to be much more traditional. It's the lighter weight divisions where the guys, I dare say, not more athletic, but I guess have the right muscle tone and size to do all the crazy front leg stuff. So, I mean, it's... your example is a great example because I actually really enjoy watching her fight because, I mean, there's clearly a lot of thought going into the game plan and even, like you said, because, I mean, she fights Jade Jones practically every final at a Grand Prix.
Absolutely, yeah.
And, I mean, she just fights completely different when she fights Jade versus, 20 other people in her bracket. And I think it comes down to when you're at that high of a level, and such a small minor mistake can mean the difference between a gold medal and $6,000 or a silver medal, or for that matter a quarterfinal or a medal. I mean, at some point it becomes the intelligent decision to reduce risks as best as you can, and if that means going into the defensive shell and winning 1-0, I mean, I don't think there's an athlete in here that would have a problem winning world championships 1-0. So, I mean, I see people's complaints, but at the same time, there's definitely a beauty to the new style of competition. It's just you have to get used to it.
Yeah. And interesting, I remember doing a commentary on a Calva-Gomez-Jones final and going through the past results, and Calva-Gomez would win 15-1, 13-0, 12-2. And you think, well, this girl can attack, and then she goes out in the final, and it's 0-0 after 3, and and Jay just hasn't been able to break through. But tactics is a very important part of the sport, and that's one thing that some people talk about. That the sport is almost like chess at times. You will fight a guy who's beaten you, and you look at the video, and in fact, a perfect example is going to Jones and Calva-Gomez. That Jones beat Calva-Gomez in the Grand Prix finals. For those who watch it on the webcast. And I watched it from home. As soon as I saw a move that Jones has never done before, I was like, hold on a minute. And she actually she scored 3 head kicks over Calva-Gomez, 3 identical moves, a kick and then a follow kick, which Calva-Gomez wasn't expecting. A little hop forward and another kick to the head, got a second time every time. Is that something that's big in your game, that do you almost have like a little black book on each opponent, and you go, I scored well on this, I didn't score,
Right.
You don't have to tell us all your secrets.
No, you're good. I mean, it's especially at that level, you're always going to encounter a core same group of the top 10 rarely changes. And so, I mean, and I have no problem saying this because I know everybody else does it, but it's not a black book. It's actually a manila binder, but I mean, I have scouting sheets on the people that I fight regularly, and so I mean, I really did love that. I really did love Jade's performance at the final because, I mean, it's like you said, she made just a slight change, and all of a sudden she won, and she broke the streak that she'd been on. And so, I mean, a lot of times it comes down to you'll see that big important match come down to the last 30 seconds, and somebody wins 1-0, and it's just a nail biter. But then they turn around and change one thing, and it's a huge score. But I would expect the next time they meet up, that'll probably be an interesting fight because, I mean, they'll be ready for each other again, and so I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it goes back to being an overtime decision. So that's actually one of the fights that I'm really looking forward to.
And I think if I do a commentary on that, I'll probably make reference to it. But I would be pretty sure that Jade Jones is probably going to put that in the locker, and she'll just wait until the Rio final,
right?
Because she knows that Calva-Gomez is somebody she's going to have to get past to take a gold in Rio. And in effect, nobody remembers. Well, it's a strange thing with sport, isn't it? Hardly anybody everybody remembers world champions. It's all about the Olympics in Taekwondo, and you've got an Olympic gold medal. You know, good to be a world champion, and of course Lopez has done that.
Right.
But you know, the Olympic gold's so important. I suppose you watch webcasts and things as well. Do you, with your weight category, and you will watch particular bouts.
Yeah.
And make notes on people there.
Oh, I definitely scout the tournaments that I'm not at, and as you know, basically everybody at the elite level does it. While say, you know, the Korean heavyweight might not be here, I guarantee you come Saturday morning he's going to get up and look to see what the results were from the G2 because he wants to know. And at the end of the day, it's all a points game, and everybody's trying to accumulate enough points to get to Rio. And if waking up a little early just because you're curious and you can't wait is what it takes to know, oh, hey, this person's moved up to number 8. That means in the bracket he'll be here, so I'd have to fight him here. It's increasingly more technical every year.
Yeah. What's the best thing about being a top international Taekwondo athlete? What thing do you really love? Is it that crowd when you've had a fantastic bout and you hear the crowd roar and you go, wow, I did that?
I'd say the best feeling I ever got was actually fighting at the British Open, and I think the fight's online somewhere, but I was fighting the national team member from Iran, and I think that this goes for all finals, but I mean, it was just a real nail-biter for me. This fight happened to be a particularly boring fight to watch, but I mean, it came down to the last 10 seconds, and they stopped it to give me a deduction, and it's that last 10 seconds where, you know, the slightest mistake means silver, or performing to the T what you're supposed to do means gold. I mean, that's... I don't think that ever changes, because when you're starting out, you get that feeling fighting at local tournaments, and as you work your way up the chain, work your way up the chain of the circuit, I mean, it stays the same. That last 10 seconds of the close match where you pull it out and you win is just, I mean, there's nothing like it in the world, and there's a reason I've stayed doing it for this long. So.
Is there something when you reach such a high level and you've got a lot of people watching? And the reason I asked this question, you know, I'm a big American football fan.
Right.
And, you know, so I watched the playoffs at the weekend, and I saw an incredible turnaround with Seattle and Green Bay. And, you know, what was that Bostock guy doing?
Oh, man.
What was he doing trying to catch the ball? He's a
poor guy.
He's a brick wall. You don't get a brick wall. A brick wall doesn't catch it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Obviously, his mind went to mush. He saw fame. He saw that he was going to be sponsorship deals galore, etc., etc., and it all went wrong. Do you find sometimes that, you know, when you step into the limelight and there is a big crowd, you're live on TV, you know, like when we did the Grand Prix in Manchester, I think we were live in 90-odd countries, and, you know, it is followed a lot. Is there a little bit that sometimes that makes the brain go a little bit crazy and you forget your core principles?
I mean, it's definitely something you have to get used to. It's why it's so rare to see, you know, some 16-year-old kid make the national team and go win worlds the first try. I mean, it just no matter if it's a crowd of 50 or a crowd of 10,000, at the end of the day you're getting used to that pressure, because it's a whole different ball game when you're in a stadium in Korea and you're fighting Korea and there's 10,000 people that are screaming terrible things at you. And then the second you're done fighting, win or lose, people walk up to you and want your autograph and want to take pictures with you. So, I mean, it's something you have to get used to. And until you really experience that, I mean, like I said, there's a reason you don't see people come out of nowhere and win worlds their first time. I mean, it happens, but it's pretty rare. Yeah.
Well, Stephen, I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed. I could probably talk to you forever, and I know that, you know, I want to save a bit of time. You're competing tomorrow, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And who have you got first round?
I don't know yet. The draws haven't come out.
Okay, right. Okay. Well, we'll look out for the draws later on. If you're not competing, please come and have a little chat with us during the finals. It'd be lovely to have you on board. But you know, and obviously, you know, I hope to see you in the final.
Yeah.
I hope to be commentating on you and, you know, giving you a famous gold victory. But the thing is, even, you know, this is a G2 event, so there are some top international athletes.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough competition tomorrow, isn't it?
Oh yeah, very tough. There's 5 or 6 people, pretty much in every bracket that, I mean, it could go either way with.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Well, look, mate, thank you very much for joining us. It's been great having you on board, and good luck tomorrow. We'll be watching for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries. Stephen Lambden there from USA Taekwondo, and we're just keeping an eye on finals here. There's a little referee's decision going on court 12 at the moment. It's courts 1 and 12. We'll just keep, as you've noticed during that chat that I was having with Stephen, we were flicking between 1 and 12 all the time. Unfortunately, there are going to be some finals on the outer courts, but we are talking to the organisers here to try and get just as many finals on these courts as possible so we can cover them. Anyway, I'll leave you be. I think we're going to be chatting with another chap very shortly, but we'll be back very soon. So it's finals all the way here. It's youth male minus 40 kilogram final taking place over on court 1, and we've got another final with some of the bigger guys on court number 12. It's Sweden versus the USA here on court 12. Just as soon as this gets to the end of a period, we'll switch over to 12 and we'll do a quick watch of that. So that's over, a 4-1 win for Shah over Beville. And of course, this is not Sweden, this is Germany. He's wearing a Sweden outfit, but I'd like to know the story of why he's wearing Sweden kit and his coach is a Swede. But he's from Germany against Hale from the United States. Lots of finals going on. The schedulers are putting finals from other courts and bringing them over to court 1 and 2 purely for the webcast. So we're trying to get as many finals on here as possible. Tomorrow we'll just have 8 finals, so we will have all the finals over here on courts 1 and 12. There will be a couple running at the same time, but we'll try and bring as many in as possible.
I'm very pleased to say, joining me now, Sherman Nelson, who's, what's your official title? You coach for US Taekwondo?
Yes, I'm one of the national team coaches.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And somebody was telling me that you did well at the Youth Olympic Games. You had a young girl over there who took a gold.
Yes, we had a good time. Kendall Yunt went to represent. She was the only athlete.
Yeah.
And she was the flag bearer, and she still managed to win the gold medal. So we had a great time in China.
Absolutely fantastic.
I'm very proud of her.
And she's going to be one to look out for in the future then, isn't she? 'Cause,
Oh, definitely.
You know, she's competing against the cream from all the other major Taekwondo countries that are sending their best over there.
Well, the exciting thing is that the Youth Olympic Games is an opportunity to look into the future of Taekwondo. So
Yeah.
it's always exciting when your future looks bright. So right now we're getting to see the presence of Taekwondo in the Rio Games, but we're also looking at athletes who we think can be productive for us in the Tokyo Games. So it's very exciting. It's very exciting.
Fantastic. Just hold on a second, Sherman. We're just going to pop over to court 2 at the moment and just see what's taking place over there. There's no action going on courts 1 and 12, but we as soon as some guys turn out on those courts, then we will bring that up on the screen. But we're just going to have a quick look at court 2, where Horsikak of Canada is beating Malakai of United States 9-3 with 1 period to go. The quality here's been pretty good. Been really enjoying some of the youngsters, and you know, some of the little ones have got more energy than actual style. But you know, have you enjoyed yourself here today?
But the exciting thing is that looking at the cadets is like looking at shrunk down versions of the adults. Their athleticism is on a par, their daring and their willingness to take risks, and their Taekwondo skill is pretty high considering they're 12 to 14 years old.
Yeah.
So it's like you're looking at the same version of the games we look at with adults, just with smaller bodies. And some of them aren't that small either.
Yeah. There's some very small, but there's some pretty big ones out there as well. And especially looking at some of the ultras, like, you know, there's a man mountain who was in the final earlier on here, which was an absolute joy to see. But focusing on the US athletes, you know, we was talking to Stephen Lambden earlier, and you know, he was saying that he'd had many years of defeats. He lost in the first round for what was maybe 8 years when he was a youngster, and then suddenly he found this formula to win, and at 16 years old took the senior nationals. And you know, this is the sort of talent that you're looking out for at events like this, the potential to grow.
Exactly. It is important for us to maintain an athletic pipeline where we're not just worried about what we're going to put out at today's tournaments, but identifying those people for next year's and the year after. I remember Stephen Lambden's first international event in 2002, the Junior World Championships. And I don't know if he told this or not.
He did mention it, yeah.
But they stopped the match. And I came up to him. They only stop a match when it's like a slaughter.
Yeah.
And I came up to him after and I said, this will do one of two things. It'll either make you or it'll break you. You determine how you're going to respond to this event. And I've been in touch with him, really good friends with he and his family, and I've watched him mature. The first time he won nationals, I said, so what did you decide? He said, I decided to let it make me. And so when you look back then and see what he's been able to do since then, it just warms your heart to know that if you really work hard, if you really apply yourself, that doesn't guarantee you success, but it lends you the opportunities to have good things come your way.
Yeah. And it's really fascinating talking to Stephen, and I think that's, you know, one of the things we're always in the mindset of winners, and you know, who's the Olympic champion, who's the world champion. But you know, there's only one person who's going to take that title, and for Stephen to have made it at a consistent level with all these incredible guys, and to even be battling there with him, is something that you have to tip your hat to and say, you know, well done, man. You know, you've done something amazing there.
It is, and it's recognizing that there's winning without winning the gold medal.
Yeah.
There's winning in the performance. There's winning in the pursuit of excellence. There's winning in the commitment to the task. So when you look at a life committed to excellence and giving your best and being a person of character and embodying the tenets of Taekwondo, that's why you recognize him as a winner, because in life he is winning. Because once all the Taekwondo fades, once all the tournaments are gone, are you able to still be a winner?
Yeah.
There's some people who do well in the ring, but they're not doing well in life because they've given it all away to try to win a match.
Yeah.
And some people really want to be good people and win in life, and along the way pick up a bauble like an Olympic gold medal or something like that that you can have for dinner conversation.
Yeah, it is a tough thing. I remember talking to somebody in a different sport, and he was saying that he was very pleased that he'd made it into the top 10 in the world. But he's saying, you've got to remember, I may draw somebody who's like a world champion.
Mm-hmm.
In my first round because I'm not seeded high enough. I might be I'm number 10. It may only seed top 8 in an event.
Right.
And I may have a first round, an ex-world champion. The second round might be the current world champion. So and in Taekwondo, it's such a tough sport that I remember Aaron Cook about 3 years ago. Sorry, a bit longer. It was before they really had rankings.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Cook, was the golden boy of British Taekwondo.
Yes.
And he fought an ex-world champion. He fought the current Olympic champion. And he fought the world number 1 in 3 rounds,
Mm-hmm.
and got to the quarterfinal, and he was dead on his feet because he just fought 3. And of course, then the final was an absolute washout because basically Aaron had beaten all the top guys. He
Right.
then lost in his match.
Right.
and that's the thing with Taekwondo, isn't it? That you can have some really tough draws. So actually breaking into the really top echelon of Taekwondo is very, very hard.
It's like climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. Along the way, there's always the peril and danger of falling off. So as you advance in Taekwondo, you've got to get to the absolute top, and then you can breathe only for a second. So along the way, you've got all the adversity. And I remember that year when Aaron had to fight his way all the way to there. You've just fought 3 Olympics, and now you have to go and try to still maintain the energy and the vigor necessary to win the gold medal. Is difficult. So when we look at Stephen Lambden, when we look at Stephen Lopez, Mark Lopez, our athletes, Jackie Galloway, our athletes who are in that top 10, that's not an easy thing to do. And it only gets harder from here because now there are no easy matches.
Yeah.
Because every match is with a world caliber athlete. So when you're ranked 35, you might be able to squeak by with the 14th or 15th ranked person.
Yeah.
When you're ranked number 8 or 9, then you're going to start the day already in the fire.
Yeah.
So, it requires a lot of intestinal fortitude. It requires a lot of courage. It requires a lot of, again, commitment to excellence. You've got to be committed to the process of being great. And that's what I think sets athletes like Stephen Lambden apart.
Yeah. I was commentating in Kazakhstan where, you mentioned Jackie Galloway, who took gold. Stephen Lopez, who had that most amazing, that's got to be probably the best Taekwondo fight I've ever seen, where 2 guys just took the gloves off and said, let's go for it.
Right.
And really got, a lot, the guys said afterwards it felt better for them. It was old school Taekwondo.
Right,
There
right.
was very little sort of let's feel for this pad and let's go for that pad. It was just let's get stuck in. And sometimes, you've been around a while with Taekwondo.
Yes.
Some people have made the comment over the years to say it's become a little bit too tactical now. It's become quite medical as to where you actually, I'm going to put this foot and I'm going for, I know there's a pad there that I can touch and score a point instead of going for the big heavy kick. Obviously a lot of fans have commented on social media and say, it's good in one way, but also they feel they've lost a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And you see some of the old Taekwondo fights from the 70s. Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh!
They really, it's like watching a Bruce Lee film, isn't it? They really get stuck in.
So when you watch like our head coach, Coach Patrice Remarque, and I actually studied under him at Howard University.
Yeah.
When you watch footage from him from the 80s, it is the athletes of today couldn't fight those matches.
Yeah.
When you look at boxing, when they fought 15 rounds of 3 minutes, and it was a George Foreman, Muhammad Ali slugfest, and now it's a pity pat. That's not to diminish the athleticism required in today, but it was brutal. And so in Kazakhstan, they had a flashback to the good old days when it's just man-to-man and my best versus your best.
Yeah.
Not the equipment, not my angle, not my manipulation of the scoring system. It's just my right leg and left leg versus your right leg and left leg.
Yeah.
And every now and then, those of us that are fighters want to be able to kind of put away the polish and put away the fine silverware and just get our hands in the mix. And so it's exciting to see that. And I think that is what keeps us attached, because we know at any point in a match, a fight can break out.
Yeah.
And so that's the exciting part.
Yeah, for sure. And I know that, it's sometimes, and I've commentated on quite a lot of these matches where sometimes, you can get a ladies lightweight match where the girls are just almost too tactical. You can see they're thinking too much, and in the end they sort of become inhibited to stick that leg out and even attempt it. And you can have a whole period of action with maybe only 2 attacks from one of the athletes because they're being so careful. And then the crazy thing is, you get to the last 20 seconds and they realise they've got all this fuel in their legs and they haven't spent anything. And then the last 20 seconds is a random, kick fest all over the place.
Right.
And, and it's strange sometimes when you see bouts like that. But, that's the way the sport has developed now, isn't it?
And that's the way, unfortunately, that's the way the sport has gone. I think a lot of athletes they suffer from the paralysis of overanalysis. Yeah. We are so busy trying to do all the right things that a lot of times we don't do anything. Yeah. So sometimes you've got to be willing to take a few risks. My dad used to always say, the amount of reward is commensurate with the amount of risk. So you risk a little, you get a little. But you risk a whole lot, you get a whole lot. We've got to be able to walk both sides of that line. Yeah. There are times when you need to be a tactician, but then there are times when you just have to put your foot through somebody's belly and say, I am going to crack you in the stomach and make you want to fall over and double over. And then there are times when I need to finesse you. I think that this generation has allowed the scoring system to push them towards all finesse, and we're lacking some of the grit, some of the locking your jaw. So athletes like Steven Lopez is a holdover because he came up in the 90s.
From the old days, yeah.
Right, when you just, it was trembling shock. And if you didn't make somebody stumble or make somebody hurt, it wasn't a point. It's amazing to see him still able to adapt to a game where none of that is relevant. Yeah. And it's more prevalent for you to fence with your front leg, but that's what winners do. We play whatever the game is, however the game is played, because we want to be successful.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be joining me over the next few days. We've got some great G2 action. The names that are here,
there's
some pretty good names, isn't there?
I cannot even wait. I cannot wait until tomorrow because I was telling one of my athletes who fought today, I wanted him to stay because you don't get to see watching this on WTF TV, watching this on YouTube is nice. Yeah. But sitting there on a bleacher, looking over a railing and watching Sebastian Chrismanich versus Aaron Cook, Latalo Muhammad versus Steven Lopez, you can't pay enough to see Taekwondo at that level. It is so exciting. So I am, over the next 2 days, and I am at heart a Taekwondo junkie. Yeah. I love it. I have been in love with it from day one. I'll be in love with it for the rest of my life. So for us junkies, I can't wait until tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, I cannot wait.
Well, I totally agree. There is nothing like, although, obviously, I'm here covering this on the webcast, but I totally agree. If there's any chance of you watching any level of Taekwondo in the face and in the flesh, and especially, some of these top guys, these guys hit hard. And
they do.
You need to appreciate what's, you're watching it on TV.
And it looks manageable. And so people watch the video and they're like, that's not that bad. Yeah. And I'm like, no, I need you to see it from 20 feet away. Yeah. And then you see the dexterity and athleticism, and you're like, you know what? They might not be humans. No, they are. They're just very finely trained humans.
I remember one of my cameramen saying the Manchester event recently where Aaron Cook knocked out the Iranian guy. And, this Iranian guy is a world champion. And he comes into the field, and the cameraman said, I just couldn't believe how hard that was. I felt that. And I was, this guy's 20, 30 feet away, and he just said that was incredibly hard hit. And the guy obviously, and he was gone. His head was still spinning, and the birds were tweeting around him, and he was off. And that is the amazing thing, that these guys, even a world champion, to be knocked out just shows that this guy has seen it all. Right. He's done it all, and yet he still has it.
And that's why we play the game, because on any given day it can be you. Yeah. It can be. It doesn't mean that you're not still the best in the world, but just for 6 minutes you have to try to make no mistakes. Yeah. And we're human, so inevitably we're going to make a mistake. And there are people who are poised to capitalize on that. So that's what makes it so thrilling. And all of us who compete and have competed were willing to take that risk. We risk the getting knocked out for the chance to knock somebody out. We risk losing the first match for the opportunity to win the gold medal match. And it is all worth it. It can't be, you can't buy it, you can't bottle it, you just have to experience it. So I'm glad people get to see it via streaming, and get to watch these matches. I hope people set time aside and look at these matches all day for the next 2 days. If you like Taekwondo a little bit, you should be glued to your device.
This is the place to be, and we'll be live with action, and I'm very happy to say Sherman is going to be alongside me as well, and you know, maybe even Stephen. I did say to Stephen, if you do get knocked out early, come and have a little word with us as well. But
yeah,
you know,
he might be we'll put him through the concussion test first. Make sure he's not discombobulated.
No, he's. But Sherman, it'd be great having you to come in and give us your experience. You know, we've got 2 courts directly in front of us. Currently, we're watching action on court 2 because there's no action on courts 1 and 12, but we do have more finals to come. So we're just trying to catch up with a little bit on court 2, which is just finished. So it looks like we've only got court 3 going. I don't think our camera's going to stretch that far, but what we will do is we'll see. We'll just see if we can get. If we just, I've got a little remote control camera here, and for those of you, there you go. There's a little bit of action from court 3. It's quite a long way away, so there looks like there's currently a video replay going on there, and you can see. I can actually bring up the score on the screen because we are getting it there. So it looks like it's 3-3 between Calderon Yazgu. Some great names here from Costa Rica. Yeah, against
Mabang from the US.
Mabang from USA, yeah. Okay, well that's actually looks like they're just having a little break. It's the end of the first there, so long way away, but we will try and catch up. Sherman, lovely to come and chat, and you know, we're going to have a few lovely sessions in the next few days.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to come in and kind of get my feet wet today, and tomorrow, if I can control my enthusiasm, I will try to stay seated during the. I think I'll put a seatbelt on my chair, and
Mate,
I'll stay seated.
You stand up, you get into it. You know, like this is what sport's about. You know, you get super excited because
I am.
You know, we're going to see. I'm really looking forward to myself. I've seen some of the guys who are here. You know, the British have sent a strong team.
Yes.
You know, we're going to see some good fights.
Yes, we are going to see some great matches, great athleticism, and good sportsmanship.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of all of that, we want to be good sportsmen, and we want to see, you know, men and women give their all and then be able to shake hands and walk away. And so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you again for allowing me to be a part.
I've got to say, actually, Sherman, just before you go, that is one thing I've noticed about Taekwondo. You know, in a lot of fighting sports, you do get a lot of almost testosterone fueled, and you know, like, you know, I've covered MMA, I've covered boxing and things, and quite, you know, sometimes these guys will carry on slugging it outside the changing room because of something that happened in the bout that they felt was ungentlemanly.
Right.
In Taekwondo, there's a real, you know, there's a real respect for your opponent. 100%.
Now it gets heated. It gets heated, but we started this sport as an art. Almost all of us started as a martial artist. So while we are athletic and while we are committed to combat, there still are some core principles or tenets that ring true for us.
Yeah.
So we try to tell our athletes, you're not, you know, some people say, well, it's like being in war. It's not like being in war. It's like being in sport. And we give our all in the square, and when our all is given, we shake hands and we walk away.
We're just trying to see the action on court 2, but there's a group of referees having a picture taken. So I'm just going to send somebody off to go and ask if they're going to have a picture taken, can they have it taken? Oh, actually, well, doesn't matter, Steve. Don't worry, because Sherman's just pointed out we've actually got a bit of action here on court 1. So we're back to, and in fact, court 12 looks to be going up. So we're going to cover some of these finals here. We've got the cadets female up to 44 kilogram taking place here on court 1. And well, you know, do you know a little bit about Elizondo?
Now,
Elizondo?
A lot of these cadets I don't know because a lot of them just moved into cadets. So some of them are just transitioning in. I got to meet our cadet national team last year and work with them. But a lot of these new faces I don't know. I know a lot of faces. Yeah. Because I work the holding area, so I see them, but I don't know their names.
Yeah. But this is,
but again, this is the exciting part because we're looking at the future of Taekwondo.
And an American in a final. And the thing is, you know, this is not U.S. nationals. We do have a lot of athletes who come from abroad.
And this is, I was explaining to somebody today, this is an international event held in America. There is a difference between a USA Taekwondo event and a World Taekwondo Federation event held in our country. This event has even 12 and 14-year-olds. They are vicious. And so they're not out there tickle fighting. They're out there fighting. Yeah. So this to win a medal here is significant. And we don't want to diminish just because of their age that, you know, well, they might have had an easy day. No, they had to work for it, and they earned it.
Yeah. I'm just a little bit puzzled as to what's going on here. I think there's a technical problem, and
the athletes have been told they might as well go and have a little sit down. So because there's still 49 seconds, there was a replay requested, and yeah, it looks
and a lot of times when they request a replay, they will allow the athletes the opportunity to sit,
yeah,
just so that they can recharge their batteries, get a little hydration,
Yeah.
so that they can get back into action. And a lot of the rule changes are designed to promote action.
yeah,
So they don't want standing, they don't want bobbing around, they want you mixing it up so that
Yeah.
the athletes are engaged, the spectators, coaches, parents, families, supporters, everybody can be engaged.
yeah. This is one of the interesting things, of course. It's been fascinating going on the world circuit and talking to for athletes and coaches from many countries, and one of them did say quite clearly that sometimes when there's a replay, okay, we've all seen a desperation card.
Yes.
There's 5 seconds left in the third, your man's 2 points down, he's wafted his foot like within 2 feet of the other guy's head. I'm going to go for a card. You never know, the guys might give it.
You never know, right? But and there's also I need to give you a breather card.
Absolutely.
Right? And I've played it. When an athlete just is out of rhythm or out of sync, you play a video review for something that just gives you 30 seconds to say, hey, get your head back in the game and let's get back to our game plan. And that's like calling a timeout.
Yeah.
And we don't really get timeouts, so but if you lose it, you lost a very valuable tool. So you have to be very judicious in how you use that video replay.
I suppose you have to be really in sync with your athlete, and if you see that he's lost his head or he's really blowing hard,
Yep.
and the other guy's looking strong, and you're going, hold on a minute, we're going to lose some points pretty quickly.
Because
in the next
once
10 seconds.
momentum changes, it's hard to have it come back.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a nice spinning kick to the face for Blue. She should get the 4th point.
get
That's
the
why
4th.
the judges are standing up to make sure that the additional point is awarded for the spin kick.
But that's a good point you make, and that's something that I think I didn't appreciate until the coach said it, and you just interrupted and said it, and it was perfect for you to say that sometimes that card is played not really to create a video replay. They just want to give their guy a breather.
Right.
And quite often it takes longer than 30 seconds. I know 30
Right.
seconds, sometimes you see it 3 or 4 minutes.
It's supposed to take, I know what the WTF standard is, but because the judges want to get it right, they will examine and re-examine and re-examine.
Yeah.
So it is again, momentum is a very important component in a match.
Yeah.
And once you lose it, it's hard to regain it.
We just flipped over to court 12 here because they're still discussing that replay. In fact, there's a good example. This replay is probably into about its 4th minute already, and so the girls over there are not going to be fighting yet. So we're into the female. I think that says minus 51 kilogram category.
Yes.
That's quite a precise number. But
So we have two athletes from the U.S. The athlete in blue I know is from the Chicago area because I know her instructor.
yeah,
I think the other young lady in red is from the Florida area. I think she's from South Florida because once again I know her instructor.
yeah. And it is great to have events like this where everybody gets together. Do you find there's a bit of a social scene as well? That it's a chance for fighters from different areas to actually sort of socialize.
Oh,
almost?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because we are a family. Because we all have this humongous thread that ties us all together.
Yeah.
And that is this sport that we all love.
Yeah.
So when these athletes get together, and with the proliferation of social media, they are friends with, and I get Facebook requests and Twitter requests, and I'm like, I have no idea who this is. And they're like, Coach Nelson, I met you at the, and I'm like, oh, okay.
You better do it, yeah.
Yeah, and so I create separate, to keep my Taekwondo life separate from church life and work life, and so
Yeah.
it's important to keep a balance
Yeah.
because it's very easy to have those boundaries get blurred, and then you have all. I don't have any friends who are 12 to 14 years old.
Yeah, you better go
Right, I don't have any friends.
Your church friends are saying that they're going to.
But I have athletes who I've worked with, and I'd
Yeah.
love to stay in touch with them. So you just
Of
have to
course you do.
maintain those
Yeah.
boundaries.
I think I need a lesson on how to use Facebook. I just put everyone into one part.
Oh
so I've
yeah,
got to be careful.
I'll work with you over the next couple of days. We'll get you
Thank you
straightened
very
out.
much.
But I like what I like in this match is kind of what we talked about, where we position ourselves and reposition ourselves, and then there's a little action, and that's in that action we try to kick and score, and then we reposition ourselves. So it's like chess, but with the speed of checkers.
Yeah.
I say so. I want the strategy of chess. I want you to be smart about how you move, but I want you to be able to make a quick move like in checkers.
Yeah. It's Juliana Zaniga
from Champion Taekwondo USA, which I presume is in the Chicago area. She's in the blue, and it's Kamaria Harris, who's from the Florida area. So you nailed that one. She's not affiliated to a club, and of course, sometimes, of course, some athletes are coming through their clubs. Some athletes, don't really have a current club. They just enter, and they just want to fight.
Right, and they connect themselves to someone who they think will be there, because it's essential to have a coach in your chair.
Yeah.
It's essential to have someone there to advocate on your behalf.
Yeah.
There was a time they would let you fight without a coach, but now with the video review and the anxiety and dangers of concussions, it's essential to have somebody in that chair who you trust, who you know will look out for your best interest.
Currently the score is 4-all over on court one.
In court one, how quickly the tables turn, because it was 4-0, and it only takes one kick to take away the advantage, and that's what we were talking about, momentum. It can swing on one kick, and one kick you can be up, ready to win a championship, and in one kick you are now hoping to avoid overtime.
We're gonna flick the camera over there as soon as this is over. But these girls are really there's some talent here. These girls know how to fight properly, don't they?
Yes, they do. And the athlete in red, Miss Harris from Florida, she has a good pop on her kick. It makes a resounding noise on the hogu. That's an essential thing that is necessary. And without even being able to see the score, we know that she's won.
Yeah. 3-0 to Harris.
Nice.
We have a graphic in the top left corner, which works from me. And so Harris takes it. Well, we're going to flick over to the other court now. We've got finals. Hopefully, we've got some more finals coming up on courts 1 and 12. I'm getting a nod from my young assistant here, and here we are. So it's 4-all between these two athletes here, and
it's interesting because in round one, I think blue was up 4-0.
Yeah.
And in round two, red scored her 4 points.
Yeah.
So now it's 0-0. We have 1 minute to determine who really wants to win this match.
Yeah, and Blue's had a fair bit of card trouble by the looks of it.
And she's gotten a lot of deductions. She's gotten 5 deductions.
Yeah.
So red has gotten 2 of her points off deductions.
Absolutely.
Which is dangerous, which is why you want to be careful with the infractions, and you don't want to give away points.
Yeah. Just tell us while we're waiting for this next round, that Youth Olympic Games in Beijing. Did you enjoy yourself? Was it good fun?
It was one of the best Taekwondo events of my life, and I have been very fortunate. I have had the opportunity to compete at World Championships and coach at World Championships, and coach at a lot of different events. But at this event, because it was one athlete, we spent a lot of time. We already knew each other pretty well, but we spent a lot of time doing the stuff I think fortifies that bond we talked about. We ate every meal together. We had our own little Bible studies. We went to other sporting events. So everybody would say, "Oh, here comes Kendall and coach." So I was everybody's coach because we'd be at weightlifting events, at rugby events, cheering and yelling for USA, but never losing focus because we were there to accomplish an objective for USA Taekwondo. Now that's interesting.
That's a score.
Because it was scored, but it never touched her. But red made it look like it scored.
Yeah.
So I'm glad her coach got up with his video review card. And he should win this review because from that camera you should be able to see that it didn't touch. But judges, it's very important that athletes understand angles because to the judge over in the far corner, that would have looked like a score.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now without the advent of video review, you didn't have any recourse. If they scored it, you were stuck with it and you had to overcome that. So I wish we had all this back when I fought.
Yeah.
Maybe I would have won a few more matches.
Oh my goodness. Well, I remember my first ever Taekwondo event. I think it was 2007, and I watched a few bouts that were complete miscarriages of justice, and I just couldn't believe that. I remember one in particular where it was a golden point, and the guy in the red actually kicked the guy in the blue. The guy in the blue didn't even move, scored, but the guy in the blue was given the victory. And I realised that talking to some referees, sometimes some of the judges get confused with who's on which side and who's on the other side.
Exactly, because again, they're Taekwondo junkies like we are.
Yeah.
So they're excited and their endorphins are up, and they mean to push blue and they push red. and it's difficult to stand up in a high-profile match and say you made a mistake.
Yeah.
So it can happen.
Yeah.
And about that time is when the electronic Hogu came out, because there were so many miscarriages of justice.
Yeah.
So they went to a device that doesn't know people, and it doesn't know who should win. It just knows who kicked it.
Yeah. And these are the guys now. If we just have a look here, they're on a laptop. I don't know. Let us give our camera a zoom. We are allowed to watch these things these days. In the past, we weren't even allowed to look over their shoulders.
Exactly. And now at the larger events like at Worlds, and even at the Youth Olympic Games, they have one of the monitors displays what they're seeing.
Yeah.
Because we want to be able to trust the veracity of what their decision. But
Yeah.
if it clearly shows that something missed and they all think it hit, then we want to know, were they looking at the right thing?
Yeah. And he was looking at it. And as you said, that 3 points is going to be rubbed away. The referee is the video referee.
They have to take away 4 points because they gave the turning
spinning,
point.
yes.
Right. So now red has an advantage.
Good spot. It's good to see when the system works.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, you can live with winning or losing as long as it was in the context of the system.
Yeah. Now, certainly, I've seen a number of miscarriages in the past, and I'm sure you have many in your mind of bouts that you knew you won, or maybe even some that you knew you lost and actually was given the win by accident, and you go, well, look, some you win, some you lose.
Some you win, some you lose.
Absolutely.
Right. And nobody wants to lose, but in winning, you don't want to really lose what's important.
Yeah.
And that is your character and your integrity. And so, you want to win the right way.
Yeah. Coming to the last 20 seconds here.
So here we
And
are
it's
at 5-5.
5-5. Wow.
And who wants it?
Yeah. Here we go. They've both shown they can score.
And so now it comes down to Blue did a spin kick, which almost seemed like a trap to make Red to come in. And now she's got to be able to hold her off
Yeah.
for 5 seconds. Now, when you are winning, 5 seconds lasts for an hour.
Yeah, we've got to...
When you are losing, 5 seconds takes 2 seconds.
Well, the judges are calling something in here. The referee's a little bit... just a little bit late getting this together, but yeah, let's have a look. They're having their little chin wag, so they're good.
Yeah, and I know this center referee is a very good referee. There might be a question of after the Kalyo, which is the stop of time, when he resumed it, if time didn't immediately kick in, then you have 1 or 2 seconds. Yeah. And if there's a score that takes place in those seconds and the clock's not running, the score can't register.
Yeah. No, they've decided all's good, and
see, like right there.
And the clock hasn't started. Yeah, absolutely.
The clock hasn't started.
Well,
so that kick that Red just threw might have scored, but if the clock is inactive, the scoring window can't open.
I think we've got operator issues here.
And now we do.
And they're going.
And now Blue ought to be defending, and she pulled it out.
Yeah. Well, this reminds me of that Stephen Lopez in Kazakhstan. I don't know if you watched that.
I did.
1 second to go, and actually it was really... everybody felt sorry. We can talk about this for a second because there's no action going on anywhere by the looks of it. But, that was a really interesting one in Kazakhstan because there was 1 second to go on the clock, and Samson came in with a move. Lopez just moved him away, defended it really well. And then you saw Lopez physically was like, okay, that's it, I've done my job, 1 second.
Right.
Samson came with another kick, and suddenly the bell hadn't gone, and we're like, hold on a minute, that scored.
Right.
And the referee, they had cards. Oh, it was chaos. You probably saw it.
I watched it, and it is. But that's the so much stuff can happen in a split second.
Yeah.
That's what makes this game so exciting. And that's why I tell my athletes, you have to fight until the fight's over.
Yeah.
Not till it's almost over, because you can get to almost over. Almost over isn't over.
Yeah.
And that's good or bad, because we want to know that with 1 second left, I still have a chance to win.
Yeah. Well, we're just. It looks like we've got our.
Now this should be an interesting final coming up in ring 1, because this young man is from Connecticut in blue, Jalen Junios. His sister is one of our national team athletes, Kelsey Junios, and she's one of our Finweight national team member. And I've known them since they were younger, and I've watched him develop. So this should be a pretty good match.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who the young man is in red, but we can look it up and find out who he is. But
Yeah.
you want to see the best athletes, or who you think are the best athletes, make it to the finals.
Yeah.
You know, the road to the final is paved with opportunity for failure. So you have to make sure, you know, when you get to the final, you have to be some good, some lucky, but a whole lot of committed.
Yeah. Well, we've seen some cracking bouts on here, and I think we've got a delay because
We have a coaching issue, right?
Yeah, the guy
so,
in red, his coach, is possibly on one of the other.
On one of the other courts, exactly.
And so there's a.
And what happens is
here.
there are a lot of coaches who will bring 4 or 5 athletes. Beyond 4 or 5, you usually bring another coach.
Yeah.
But you know, if you end up with 2 really good athletes, you know, which is a good problem coaches want to have, is having to jump between final matches.
Yeah.
So all of us want to have a really hectic end of the day, where I have to bounce around. I'd want to be in all 5 finals, knowing that means I have to rip and run.
Yeah.
And you know, we've had some good years where it's been that way, where you run and you're at the end going, boy, this was a great day. What you don't want to be is the coach whose day was done at 11:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that means everybody lost, and now we're sitting in the stands not doing anything. So.
No, absolutely.
And we, as an organizing committee, will try to accommodate. You know, we get all the way to the final. We're not going to disqualify or rush somebody. We'll give you the opportunity to be with your athletes in these critical moments, because this is what you train for.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a bit of action here from court 11.
Okay.
Just because that is the only one that's actually got any fighting taking place, and we'll just bring up the scoreboard in a second so we can work out who these are. Great job from the MA Online guys who have got all their systems working.
Oh, they do a fantastic job.
Yeah.
This is a North American battle, Canada versus the U.S.
Yeah, and unfortunately, having just said how great they were, we're not actually getting the score from that ring, but it's 0-0 at the moment. Occasionally, I think we've just had the odd technical issue of getting the score from the software. They're just doing a little bit.
And it is not an easy thing. It looks easy to run 12 courts and to have all the wires and all of the and to have all of this information uploaded for a constant kind of bombardment of facts and data. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, we're just trying to get the word out there that we'd like to try and get scores from court 11, because I've got a feeling that the coach on that court is the one who's wanted over on court 1. So
yeah, I believe so.
We're not going to be seeing anything.
Well, we're not going to see anything in court 1 until this action is finished.
Yeah.
So we might as well watch it.
We'll stay with this, and hopefully we'll get the score then. Yeah, we got 3-0 on the scoreboard to red. So ignore the score in the top left-hand corner, where we're certainly not following the live action there. Christian from Dartfish is doing a lot of spade work for us. He's got to stop talking to people on the way past.
Again, you talked about how this is a social aspect, and that can be a hindrance sometimes, because a lot of times you don't see these people but once or twice a year. So when you see them, you want to engage them, but we have a lot of moving parts that need a lot of work, that need a lot of attention.
Christian, court 11. 11.
Hopefully he's going to go over and the good old-fashioned way of just shouting across all the... I hope you didn't hear that too much. Oh, we have a selfie. Oh, lovely. Hello, whoever you are.
That's one of our board members. He's our club director, yes.
Okay, that's going to...
He so loves USA Taekwondo. Yes. Well, I wasn't supposed to say who. I didn't say your name. I just said your title and position, and everyone knows who that is. No, again, when we get together at these events, we don't get to see each other all the time. So we're very, you know, we spend a lot of years together, working together. So when we get the opportunity for a little camaraderie, it's all a part of it. That was nice. I think blue might have. Are we getting the score?
The score is on that screen.
Oh, I see it now.
If
It's
your
3-2.
eyesight's good, yeah, 3-2 to
Yes.
red. We're not getting
So
it.
red is still up 3-2.
In fact, we'll take it off this screen because it's only going to put you off. So you have 3-2 to red at the moment. We're actually not even sure. Can we find out who the athletes are? We'll just find. It would be even nice.
And
just
now
to know
it's
who they are, but
3-3. So
definitely,
yeah, blue has tied it up.
yeah, definitely no more
nice.
action on court one. That's for sure.
Nice kick, but no point. And now that's the end of round number 2, I believe.
Yeah. Did you compete at this level? Did you start Taekwondo when you were young?
Unfortunately, I didn't start Taekwondo until I was 21.
Wow.
I started at Howard University, and I wish I had started as a child. My mom wouldn't let me do it because she knew that I had a pretty smart mouth, and if I had some martial arts skill to go with it, I might have been a bully.
You'd have been a bad boy.
But
Yeah.
from the first day I started, I knew this was for me.
Yeah.
I fell in love with it from the first moment I met Taekwondo.
We are going to get the names in a second.
And I always like to see young people start a match with a handshake.
Yeah.
It seems like a small gesture, but in a world that celebrates the wrong behavior, it's always nice to see them act like young gentlemen.
Yeah. And there's another feature as well that's new to Taekwondo just this year, that if you go down, it's an automatic kyungo.
Yes.
And there we just saw the guy in blue
And he just went down again.
just going down. He's going to get a kyungo
He's
for
got
that.
to get a half-point warning.
Okay.
And now red is up.
So in blue, it's Hassan Bilal of the United States. And in red, it's Giovanni. Is that correct? Giovanni. His dad must have a good sense of humor.
Either that or the pain medication hadn't worn off yet, and they named him too early.
Yeah.
But it's now 5-4, and
6-4 now to
oh,
red.
6-4 now. Giovanni
Yep.
is up. So now Hassan's going to have to get busy because he has less than a minute. Well, the deduction made it 6-5.
Yeah.
So now the interesting thing is you 7-5, you have to manage scoring points, but you can also manage the deductions and score points by making sure that people get the deductions they're supposed to get.
Yeah.
Forcing a person out, forcing a person to fall. Oh, and again, the kick is just like in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
A kick that's
It's after
thrown,
the end,
but
yeah.
that was thrown just a second too late.
Oh, what a great bout that was. Now, I've got to say, that is as good as anything we're probably going to see
But
tomorrow.
the 12 and
How
14,
great.
again, this to this age and this weight, you increase that scale, and that's exactly what we're going to see for
Yeah.
the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Except the kicks we'll see the next 2 days could stop traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. And there's the coach running across because he's now, there he is, the guy in black. He's just arrived as a player.
So even as a coach, we have to be in good shape.
Yep. He's just.
If you're a very successful coach, you have a lot of running to do. So
Well, absolutely. Well, one Canadian's just won over on court 11. Here he is now. We've got Brian Horsikak of Canada and Jalen Junius of the United States. So there you go.
And it's always great to see coaches that I know and remember from days of competing. So I know both of these coaches. I remember them when they were fighters.
Yeah.
To watch them, generationally share knowledge
Yeah.
and produce, seeds after their own kind. It's
great to
very
see.
rewarding to see.
Yeah. Yeah. Passing it down.
And so we have another North American battle.
Yeah.
Canada versus the U.S. Now, in my heart, I'm always rooting for the U.S., but we have a lot of friends in Canada, so out loud, I'll just cheer for may the best man win.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that if there's a US athlete doesn't win, it's like a second prize if a Canadian athlete wins.
Yeah. Ooh.
Well, knee went down there.
So he'll get the deduction, but I think Red thinks he might have gotten him with I think he threw a right leg, kind of a pushing kick to the face.
Yeah.
With the video review, you have to look at a couple of scenarios. What can the camera capture? Where did the action take place? Because you only get the point awarded if it is captured by the camera. So we have cameras that pretty much capture the action in the court. But if your foot is obscured by the body of the person and they don't have clear evidence, then we don't overturn it. Just like in football, when there's a review or a play is under review, if you don't have indisputable evidence, then we don't overturn it. So you have to also think about that as a coach. It's a lot that goes into playing that card.
Yeah. Well, we're just doing a little sneaky look over the shoulder here. In fact, I can even do a magnification of that, so we can have this is a sort of digital enhancement, and we're just losing a little bit of focus on that, unfortunately. But
and so they're trying to see now, and if his foot with his right leg was kicking from that angle, you have to see if you see any kind of hit response in Blue's headgear.
yeah,
If his head moves, then you can assume that it was from that, but you want that to be based on evidence, not just based on assumption.
yep,
And it was.
card goes back. So well done.
Again, we want to see the system work right.
That's a good card. That's a really good card. And in fact, I remember Gene Lopez over in Kazakhstan. Unbelievable use of the cards. You know, he had 6 successful, and sometimes it was a very high risk card where
Right.
he was saying, look, this guy is doing like a bad block and the referee's not seeing it.
Right.
But you guys, you know, he was leading with his leg and using his leg to sort of block
Yep.
in a sort of bad way. And he was getting the decisions, and so there would be he was using a card to get a kyung-go, so a half point.
Right.
But he used it 3 or 4 times, and in the end, the use of the card affected the match.
Oh, absolutely. And Gene Lopez is a great coach and a very intelligent coach, but he's very skilled at the game. And so one of the things we have to work on is, and we had to work on and have to be cognizant of, how are we using our video review cards?
Yeah.
How are we understanding the action that's taking place in the ring? There are a lot of kyungos for falling in this match.
There is, yeah. And I was just going to comment on it's a fine line between being pushed over
Right.
and falling, and
Right.
sometimes that's one of the things that the referees have got to be really careful of.
Yes.
You know, I could pick you up and try and throw you on. Well, I wouldn't, but I could try.
Right.
And that's different from you actually losing your footing
Right.
and going down.
And the
isn't it?
referees are responsible for discerning the difference.
Yeah.
But you can sell it. You know, you can sell something to make it look like a push if you're really. And again, over the next 2 days with the adults, you'll see some acting. Yeah, you'll see. But it's all a part of gamesmanship.
Yeah.
If you can induce them to give a deduction, that's all a part of
Yeah.
scoring points.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're going to have 2 absolutely storming days, but you know, even bouts like this, I'm absolutely loving watching this level.
Yes.
In a major final. Oh, attempted head kick,
And
and
so-
yep, he's
Right now, because all it requires is for below the ankle
Yeah.
to make contact with the head.
I think it's actually been given. I've got a feeling.
Well, he got a deduction
Yep.
for falling, and he still got his 3 points for scoring.
And he got the
So
head
if
kick
you
as well.
continue that pace, you know, you can get 3 face kicks is 9 points.
Yeah.
3 falls is only a point and a half for the
Yeah.
other person.
Yeah.
So you're still winning 9-1. So that's not a bad exchange.
And that's, you're absolutely right. And sometimes, you know, that is part of the tactics, isn't it? When you're going for a head kick where you know you're going to be off balance, you're going to lose a half point. Is it worth taking a risk to get the head kick and to get your foot that high to do it? And quite often it is worth that.
Oh,
isn't
it's almost always worth it unless you are the score is very close and you already have a deduction waiting.
Yeah.
Because at half a point you don't lose a point.
Yeah.
But at 2 deductions, your opponent gains a point.
Yeah.
So if your deduction will gain them a point, then you might have to think about it. But otherwise, 3 or 4 points versus half a point is always worth the risk. And again, low risk, low reward, high risk,
Exactly.
high reward.
Exactly. That's exactly what you were saying earlier on, isn't it? And it's been.
Now-
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that Jalen is the shorter fighter, and at that distance, he's always at the mercy of the extension of the foot. Now, the danger with a tall fighter is this kind of falling. So we have 49 seconds, and we have a 5-point match, I believe, a 6-point match. Kyungos can turn this match around. Kyungos and a face kick can turn this match around in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
In our day of fighting, if you were up by 6, everything was only worth 1 point. You pretty much had won that game.
Yeah. Now, this has been a really entertaining encounter.
And it's difficult to get in when you're the shorter guy.
Yeah.
You've got to find a way to get in because there's no what we call the optimal kicking distance, the pocket. and Jalen's pocket is much closer than the young man from Canada's.
Yeah.
So until you can get to your pocket area, you're just at the mercy of long legs.
Yeah. This is the ultimate Taekwondo problem, isn't it?
Yes, and then that's why I started Taekwondo.
Yeah.
I saw them, and I have really long legs. I have a long inseam, and I recognized that this sport would be the sport for me.
Yeah.
And I was like, so this is primarily kicking, and our instructor was like, yes, and I was like, can you sign me up? And from the first day, I was like, this is going to be my thing, because all I have to do is kick somebody in the face. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been interesting with the new rules as well, seeing somebody like Aaron Cook, who sort of almost made his career with the kick and fall tactic, and ending up in a position where he'd try and go for the head kick, and if it didn't work out, he'd be on his backside, and there'd be no chance of anybody else scoring.
Right.
But now he's somehow
That
managed
is
to adapt
rich,
his game.
and that again, and there are all the great athletes make those adaptive changes, and that's what makes them great.
Yeah.
It's their ability to respond to the change in the rules, to change in the structure.
Well, we're in the third period here, 11-5. It's another 6-point game. But you just love the fact that these guys just
And
go
they're still
hell
going
leather,
for
don't
it,
they? Yeah.
right? They're going for it with all they have.
They're going to leave nothing. You know, it's all going to be put out there.
And that's the lesson we want our young people to learn. Do everything you can in life, in school, in Taekwondo. Give it your very best. And then if you come up short with your very best, you have to be able to live with that.
Absolutely. And Junius has had a couple of absolutely incredible bouts just to get through here. We've seen some great action, and you know the only shame is we've only been watching the stuff on courts 1 and 12, and I know there's been another 10 courts where there's been some fantastic action, and there's another big score there.
And
for the
he got a
Canadian.
face kick. He spun and he went for a 360 roundhouse kick, which is a great high-risk kick. But again, the risk is great, and the reward was great for the other player.
Yeah.
Because with longer legs, he just had to pick his foot up and put his foot out in front.
Yeah.
And now it's a 10-point game with 4 seconds, and now it might be, without a knockout, it might have gotten away from him.
Yeah. Well, what a
Congratulations to the young man from Canada. He was the better fighter in this match, and he played the game exactly how he should play it.
Yeah.
Like a tall person fighting a shorter person.
Really great to watch. Well, thanks to our superb organisers here, we've now got another final that's just about to start here on court 12, and they have moved matches, so we want to see much of these.
Oh, this is young Fredrik Olsen in red from Sweden.
Yeah, we haven't seen, this is the male minus 33 kilograms, so this is the first time we've seen these kids on the webcast, but it's been great to get them through to the final, and you know, these are really young kids, aren't they? But the style is so there, that, you know, they've been taught well.
But they've been taught, and they mirror what they see on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And, you know, and a lot of these younger athletes train in the same environment with adult athletes. So they get to watch, and these, at this age, at 12 and 14, they are watching video daily.
Yeah.
They are students of the game. So we got the 3 points.
Head kick for Sweden, yeah.
Right, and he lifted his leg, and because of his ability to hold his leg up, you know, he lifted his leg and went for one kick, held it there, and flicked it out again.
Yeah. We've got a few Sweden-USA chants going on
Yes.
here. I think the Swedes have got quite a vocal little support.
And if you start cheering for another country, we always have a contingency of U.S. parents and supporters and coaches who will cheer back.
Yeah, for sure.
But that makes it exciting. It is so thrilling
Oh, there's an atmosphere, isn't
to
it?
hear and watch, you know, athletes and coaches from different countries cheer for their own country.
Yeah. So Olsen with that head kick. A 3-0 lead as we go into the second 1 minute period here.
It's amazing how easy they lift their legs to their own face levels. When you think about it, the average person on the street cannot lift their foot to their own face level.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's incredible athleticism we're seeing here. And if you're watching this in Sweden, well, great to see you on board. I know it's a little bit late over there.
And he went the exact same motion.
Yeah.
The kind of double clutched front leg roundhouse kick, came in with maybe kind of a cut kick or a side kick and held it and then flipped it back over to the top.
Yeah. Well, we've got a card taking place. So while that card's happening, we've just had a finals just started over in court 1. So we're just going to take a bit of action here from court 1, which is Amaru versus Alonso, a whole US final.
Okay. And I think in the chair for red is Coach Juan Moreno. One of the, honestly, in my opinion, one of the best coaches ever produced by the United States of America. A 3-time Olympian, 2-time Olympic silver medalist. He's a very astute coach.
Yeah. Well, actually, on the left-hand side, I'm going to have to go and look a flag up tonight.
Yeah, I think that is French Polynesia. It's Tahiti.
And our software doesn't have the flag. So this, I'm going to take one here.
Okay.
This is we don't have a flag for French Polynesia, so I've got to make a note of that. That's probably the first time in a number of years that our software has been called out, but it is French Polynesia on the left, and it's United States on the right. Let's go back to the other side as they go another break.
The coach in blue lost his card. He refuted whether or not that kick scored, and the judges believe that it did.
Yeah, they're trying to get behind here. Olsen is 6-1 ahead now. Oh, another. He's just got that hunting foot, hasn't he?
He does, and he has so much poise to be a young man.
Yeah.
I mean, I know where I was at 12 years old, and I was outside riding my bike and throwing rocks at girls, and I was not able to conduct myself like a mature adult athlete.
Yeah.
And it's incredible to see these 12, 13, and 14-year-olds carry themselves with such poise in such a stressful situation.
Yeah.
Because the stress is palpable. I feel it watching these matches, and you feel it in the coach's chair, but you have to realize that they also feel it while you're out there. Because the risk of getting hit in the face is just as real for them as it is for adults.
Yeah.
Maybe even more so.
They show incredible maturity, don't they? Well, they've just come out again for the third over on 12, and we'll get straight over there as soon as the action on 1, as they come into the final 5 seconds. That's the end of that period, so straight over to 12. Let's catch the final period here. And, Olsen's got that headhunter type style. He lifts a foot, but he hangs there, and he stays for a little bit longer.
And he waits on the second. We call those a 2-motion kicker.
Yeah.
Because his first motion is to engage you, and his second motion is to score.
Yeah.
And that's what the electronic scoring protector has created. It's created the necessity for getting the closest scoring opportunity to the person on the person. That's why so many people use their lead leg, because that foot is closest to the body.
Yeah.
And power is not necessary.
Absolutely wonderful watching this. Really good.
Great
And
job.
that's the end.
10-1.
10-1. That's a big win for Olsen of Sweden. And
coach from Sweden is a really established coach. Known him for a long time. He's a really smart guy.
Yeah.
So, they always have a game plan. When I sit across from him, I know that I need to have a plan, because his guys have a plan.
So straight back to 1.
So now we're at 1-1. I like when everybody spins. I love it.
Yeah. They're really going for it here. Well, we're into the third, and I think
the final period.
They both realise one head kick could win this final.
Or one body. The next point wins. So now you're playing, and the entire rest of this match is golden point. Because to get to overtime, the next person that scores prevents us from going to overtime. If nobody scores, first person scores in overtime.
Yeah. Here we go. 24 seconds left.
And somewhere in training, you imagine that you are in tie score. I know some of the drills we do. Last round, tie score, 15 seconds. What do you do?
Yeah.
because everybody should have a go-to kick,
Yeah.
a way to score a point.
Well,
And
there we go. And
we decided to take it to overtime.
Olsen of Sweden is just gone past us. He's looking.
Yeah, he's
as happy
looking
as
very
Lambden,
thrilled,
isn't
and
he?
I love it.
Yeah,
I love to
brilliant.
see that look on the young person's face when they know they did their job and they did their best and they were rewarded.
Yeah.
You know, and the reward is not in the gold medal. The reward is in knowing that you did your very best.
Absolutely. And he's had a great day here. We've got another final taking place over on court 12. We'll just have a quick look at that.
All right, so we're back at the overtime.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the golden point, and these are the last
right.
fights now on both courts.
And here we go.
So golden
Who
point.
wants to win this match? And you can't call it necessarily because you never know what will score. But what you can do is appreciate it. It's interesting because normally you don't go for face kicks in overtime, but it takes a gutsy kind of kid to try that. And I like gutsy.
That's showboating, that is, isn't it? Well, I think we've got a Kyungo there. So
Yep, for blocking with the leg.
Yep, he's got to be careful because one
So
more
now
of those.
one more of those or 1 point and it's game over.
Yeah. Oh, that's a head kick, surely.
Oh, and they gave it. And they gave it. And somebody had a little exuberance.
Yeah. I think he
That
got a
might
little
be
bit
his dad.
too excited.
That might be his dad.
Well, maybe we'll allow that. It's not exactly the way things are done in Taekwondo.
Oh,
but,
no. And Coach Moreno, if you zoom in on his face shows that he doesn't necessarily condone that kind of behavior.
No.
And he's one of the very polished and poised persons that I know in this sport.
Yeah.
So there's always a way to do things.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure, one of the things we've always said to our national teams is we never get too high and we never get too low. We want to try to stay even keeled so that we can win with honor and lose with dignity.
Yeah, I think it's his dad, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
I've got
but
to
he's
admit,
excited. I don't blame him.
If you've got a lad out there,
No, I don't blame
I
him.
think I'd be. Yeah.
But I wouldn't be able to be that close. I'd have to be on the other side, or else I'd do the same thing. Right.
Absolutely. Well, let's go over to our last final of the night. And Sherman, I'm really thrilled that you've come and stayed with us.
Oh,
and,
man, I'm a junkie.
I think I'm going to enjoy your company.
Oh, tomorrow I'm gonna have to sedate myself because I'm gonna lose it. I know I am.
Man.
Another Canada versus USA.
Yep, and here we are. This is currently 0-0, but we've got a video referee taking place at the moment. We can't actually see that on our screen. We don't really
Because
get
of
a
our
great view.
angle, yeah, we can't
It's
really.
a tight angle. I don't know if we can try. Let me see if I can try and zoom in here. But they've already been looking at this for a few minutes, so I'll probably get this just right, and that's when they'll make the decision. But they are having a very. Yeah, we're not really going to tell from this distance. We just see a couple of white blobs on the screen. Maybe we can get a see. There's a bit of a kick there, but it's it's one of those.
And now they're zooming in to see if they can see action. And again, the placement of the kick and the position of the people are a big determining factor into whether a video review is upheld or not.
Yeah, unfortunately, somebody just went and moved on the table at the camera. You can get a decent view of this, actually. You can see
that's
that
actually not a bad view, right?
Yeah, you can see the legs coming up, but obviously we can't really judge whether this is a valid. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like there's a foot near the head here, does it?
I think it's
there.
a
Yes.
front leg kick from blue
Yeah.
to determine whether that hit the head.
Yeah.
Now, part of the problem with those kind of responses by red is that when you duck like that,
Yeah.
you give the impression. We saw that a
Absolutely.
few matches ago in the young ladies match. She made it look like she got buckled
Yeah.
when in actuality she didn't get hit. So that's why we want to have video review so that we can make sure we get the right call.
Well, the
And-
card has gone back, and it looks like so the video review was for red, and it was successful. So there was 3 points given that have been taken away by the looks of it.
All right, so that's why we have the card.
Yep. So we're by the looks of it on the scoreboard, it never registered anyway. So it's 0-0 on the scoreboard. Giovanni, who we saw win the semi-final earlier. So,
exactly.
So here we go. So the Canadian coach is back in it. So that was the semi-final. Here's the final now on this one. And that's not exactly a big rest period for Giovanni.
No,
That's quite tough, isn't it?
5 minutes is
Yeah.
tough, but one of the benefits is his adrenaline is still high.
Yeah.
So as tired as he might be, you know, he's really fighting on the surge right now. Oh. He is definitely trying to get a point, though. And that's what I like to see when they go after a point.
Yeah.
And they don't want to try to let points happen. They want to try to make them happen.
Well, there's Giovanni and his coach. Giovanni from Canada, and it's Benjamin Pettingell from the World Taekwondo Academy.
That's in Minnesota. His coach, Coach Oi Lee, is one of our national team assistant coaches as well.
Coach being called twice. So here we go. Second period to come. And it's not even 4:30 here, so I know a lot of you in Europe will have enjoyed that. I'm sure a few Swedish fans will have enjoyed that win for Olsen just now. And here we have a USA-Canada final. They're negating each other a little bit here. Just blocking each other off.
Ooh. Who is going to score this point?
It's one of those bouts sometimes where you can get a clash of styles, isn't it? And
Exactly.
they're always tangling
And
legs.
styles make fights.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can have a great match against a person who presents themselves to kick you.
What an attempt there from Blue.
Yeah, that's this new kick that's called the scorpion kick,
The scorpion kick.
where you get in close and just swing your leg up. Because really, again, a legal scoring attack to the head is anything ankle or below that makes contact with the head above the collarbone, or actually above the jawbone, above the jawline. So if they can just get their foot to touch, that's a point. Now that's a point of contention for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because they'd like to see a legitimate kick with the intent to deliver technique, not just have your foot touch it. But that's playing the game within the confines of the rules.
Yeah.
And so if that's what the rules provide or rules allow, then that's how you play the game.
Well, let's have a look, see if we can get it on this screen again.
But he did that in his earlier match.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anyone was scouting. And, you know, someone might say, well, you guys don't scout these matches. Since cadets have a world championship now, cadets are what we call protected divisions, meaning there's a WTF event for them. Matches are scouted.
Yeah.
Because you want to know people's proclivities and tendencies going into a match.
I'm just looking at what's on the screen now, and
apparently it did not register.
not given. Much to the disappointment, I think, of one of the spectators.
Yes, I don't believe that one of our viewers concurs with that decision.
Yeah, he was very vocal with that call. He's getting a bit of a warning. He may have cussed, and there are a lot of youngsters around. You don't need that sort of
Right, and
language.
there again, like we said, there's a right way to do things. It's a right way to disagree.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to be disagreeable.
Yeah. So still 0-0. I'm
So
enjoying
here-
the blue coach. He's having to sit down, and he's got the coach standing up.
Yes, and again,
Keeping him on his feet.
I've known Coach Lee for 20 some odd years, and I always thought it was funny that he would sit there. But one of the reasons is that in 30 seconds they really don't need to sit.
Yeah.
It's just an opportunity for themselves. They keep them on their feet so that they stay warm. They don't cool down. And again, it's only 30 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. These guys are young. They got plenty of time.
It's only us old guys who get tired.
So here we go. It's 0-0, but it's certainly been a action-packed.
It's been
0-0.
exactly. I was just about to say, there's been action. There just haven't been points.
Yeah.
But the points will come.
Well, the thing is, the red Canadian doesn't have a card left anymore.
No, right, and that's the danger of playing that card. Because when it's gone,
Yeah.
you have no way to advocate for another point. But he's going to try to. Yeah,
That was a left-footed scorpion kick.
Well, he wraps his leg around, and then traps you. And while you're trapped body to body, he tries to swing the other leg.
Now the Kyungo has gone to Pechingel, and he's won. He's taken a point with that, so he's 1-0 ahead.
So now Red, with 2 Kyungos.
Oh, head kick has been given, and the blue card is going here to say no, that wasn't a head kick. So, wow, it's all suddenly happening, isn't it? You know.
So we're now getting all the different facets of the game are being played out.
Yeah.
The strategy, the gut, the determination, the savvy of the coaches, the need to play the video review card, the prudence of playing it too early or playing it too late. So we're getting to see all the different components that go into a match.
Well, they're having a little look at this.
You do some amazing zooming things with this. I don't even know how you pull that off.
Normally we'd have a few more cameras maybe around and maybe a connection in there, but this little automated camera is a little box of tricks, and we can have a close look in here. But they're at the moment they're having a. You can see they're zooming in
just to see the foot.
Right, there's the point. So there's the red.
So they're trying to see if Red's foot actually made contact.
They're coming out there. Maybe they're going to try a different angle. They have 2 cameras which are either side of the Now, I found this unusual, that the 2 cameras are actually either side of the same table. So you're getting pretty much the same angle. I don't think I've seen it in a Taekwondo event. Usually they're at least sort of 45, 50 degrees aside.
And normally we have 3 cameras at WTF events, at World Championships.
Oh! Well,
they have
not
5 cameras.
Yeah.
So now he's down 3-1.
And now it's all, blue has really got to push now. Time is ticking by. Kyungo for red, that doesn't matter. He's got a 2-point lead. The blue coach couldn't believe that. He was sure he was going to win that challenge.
Now that should be a 4-point kick. The question is whether time ran out, because he spun, and that's why you don't bend over.
And the officials have got their hands up here.
Right, so the judges believe now the question will be, did that happen before the time ran out?
Well, they're all nodding their head. They all seem to be agreeing. I think they're going to give a 3-pointer here.
Well,
There's
should
no
be
video
4,
cards left.
because he spun.
Yeah. Well, in effect, it doesn't matter, because this is going to be a match-winning decision.
And now, Red doesn't have any recourse to dispute it.
No.
The question then will be, was time elapsed?
And they're looking at this now. They're looking at the replay. So this is where there's a technical decision made. And in fact, they're saying it's over.
Legit.
Well, what a...
So again, we got to see everything that happens in it. This is the second instance where we've seen fight until the fight is over.
Yeah.
It's not over until it's all the way over, not almost over.
It's
a very good match, though.
Oh, what a great bout it was. And there's only Taekwondo that's the winner in a bout like that. I know there's a bit of disappointment around. There's certainly one of the Canadian members here is pretty vocal and pretty upset with what's happened. But at the end of the day, what a great bout that was. And
it is a great bout, and it is a great learning opportunity. And because what life will do sometimes is not give you what you think you deserve. Yeah. And you still have to get up every day and continue to plod all the way through the course. You've got to stay committed to the process. And so, it goes your way. That's why we tell them, don't get too high or too low, because you don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. I understand the passion involved as a spectator. Coaches, we get involved, but we have to always understand what is the greater good. And the greater good is to see, especially at 12 and 14, we want to see them become good sportsmen.
Yeah.
And be able to, win with honor and lose with dignity.
And
that was exciting.
That was a perfect example where you said it's never over till it's over.
No,
that 1 second.
And it's only over when it's all the way over. Not almost over, not just about over. It's only over when it's absolutely over. And he got that with 0 time left. And this, again, we went back to Kazakhstan. Yeah. And we could cite incident after incident where that kind of action happened at the last second. So, I can't wait till tomorrow.
Well, if that's just a taste of what we're going to see tomorrow,
yes,
that's why
I appreciate. I think we provided a nice appetizer, a nice hors d'oeuvre for the people today. Tomorrow they can come back for the main course, and then come back on Saturday for dessert.
Yeah.
So
we're going to have great fun.
Oh,
Sherman,
we are going to have
Sherman
a ball.
Nelson, absolutely wonderful to
Thank
have you on board.
Man, it's been my pleasure.
We're going to see a fair bit of you tomorrow. We're starting the action at 8 o'clock in the morning.
8 o'clock.
Tomorrow. Ouch. That's another 5 a.m. get up.
Yeah.
But, having said that, I wouldn't be sure. It was an 8 o'clock start this morning. We didn't have the first
great
action
thing
till
is that
8:40.
the very first match at 8 o'clock could be just as great as these matches.
Yeah.
So you don't want to miss one of them.
No, you want to be there all day. So I know it's a Friday tomorrow, and I know a lot of you are still at work and stuff, but maybe you can just get a screen in the corner.
Put it on your computer and minimize it in the corner. And,
Yeah.
when your boss comes, shut it all the way down and do your work. But then when you have a free moment, pop it back up.
Or maybe you can just have earphones in, pretend
Right,
your boss
right.
is listening to music. You're
You're listening to a
commentary.
podcast about increasing your productivity.
I love it. I'm sure the guys at our place do that as well. But, anyway, we're gonna hit the road here,
All right.
and we're getting an early night tonight. It's great, 4:45 here in Orlando, Florida. This is US Open Taekwondo Championships. My name's Adrian Battersby. Thanks for Stephen Lambden, Sherman Nelson, and I had his name written down, Patrick Wentland.
Yes.
He's
He's
under
a
the
high performance director.
He's
yes,
a very important person. I shouldn't
He's a
forget
great
his
guy.
name. Brilliant.
He brings a lot of value to our organization, so we're lucky to have him.
He's a good guy, and he really spoke very well and very clearly about his vision for USA Taekwondo.
Good.
That's well worth a listen. All you have to do is just skip backwards on YouTube. You can hear, and Stephen Lambden himself, it was lovely to hear what he had to say. Fighting from 5 years old.
Yeah, that's a long time.
That's incredible. What a senior champion at 16.
Yep.
What a career he's had and he's still having. We're going to leave it now. Thank you for joining us. We're going to just put a bit of music on. YouTube has this little habit of if we stop the stream, some people are a little bit behind, get cut off. So we're just going to pad it out with a few minutes of music at the end here. We'll see you again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.